What's up? 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 What is up? How are y'all doing today? It is Friday. Y'all know what that means. That means we're going to have us a good old time tonight. Welcome, one and all. I am your host, Emmanuel Noisette, and you are here for the livest of live chats on all of YouTube. I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time to make it out tonight. I really, really appreciate it. We are going to talk about a lot of things, especially some things that we missed last week as well. We got we got some DC drama, we got some Marvel drama, and we got some Jada drama. You know, we got so much stuff to talk about. And then at the end of all of this, we will be talking about Loki episode 2 and 3. So because we did not get a chance to cover it last week, we will be doing a double review for both Loki episode 2 and 3 to get us all caught up. So yes, this is probably gonna be a long it's gonna be a long one. This is gonna be a long episode. Yes, we're gonna be here probably for a good amount of time. But you know what? I gotta make it up to you. So, let's kind of get through some of the housekeeping notes. First of all, let me just say I am so deeply sorry for just having my computer crap out on me. That was entirely on me. I held on to the computer for way too long. That computer was, I want to say it was on 13 years, give or take 13 years. Now, here's the thing. When I get my computers, I usually save my money and everything, and I try and go really high end with it. So usually they can last, but this one, it just couldn't. It couldn't make it. It couldn't last. So it was just done for. So it crapped out on me. I tried so hard to get the live going. I had everything prepped up, ready to go, and it just wasn't working. But I do want to say a special shout out here. I don't know who this is. I don't know, everybody got different names and stuff like that. But Gary Cooper, whoever Gary Cooper is, I want to say thank you so much from the bottom of my little critic movie heart. $250 on the PayPal. That right there helped me buy this new computer that we have today. So I can't even begin to express how much that meant to me. Like it's thank you, Gary, wherever you are, whoever you are, thank you. Like for real, because I was already like in a position where I felt bad. I was like just disappointed because I know these lives, I know it's just for entertainment, but I also know that sometimes it's an escape for people, and it just really bothered me that I was not able to come through for y'all. But at the same time, the reality is these things cost money, and that was just so motivating. So I just want to say thank you once again, Gary Cooper, wherever you are, whoever you are, shout out to you for that extremely generous donation. And it's because of you that we are all here today. So shout out to Gary, because that definitely got the ball rolling for me to get my new computer. So I appreciate you. I do have some other shout outs I want to give to some other folks that were holding it down while I was a little down and out. Christy, thank you so much for the $5 Cash App. And then, of course, Loki, appreciate you so much for your $25 Cash App. And I also need to express the thanks from the Mrs. Mrs. Eman. She was celebrating her birthday last week. So that was already kind of a lot. Like, the live is crashing, computer's not working, and I still had to like organize all this stuff for the Mrs. birthday and all that. It was crazy, but she does extend her thanks for those of you that did donate for her birthday weekend. She appreciates it. She thanks you, and I thank you guys as well. So that also brings me to a little bit of bad news, but we I feel like we're at the point now where we can be transparent and honest with each other. Um, you know, speaking of the missus, so I just told her goodbye because she left. Um, she just packed up her things and she's gone. So I just wanted to let y'all know that so things wouldn't be like uncomfortable or weird or awkward or whatever. There was no hard feelings or nothing like that. Um, but she left. Um, and it sucks. It sucks because um usually um things work out a little bit differently, but um she's not here. So just in case anybody is like, asking like, where's Mrs. E-Man? She's not here. She's not here. Um, but it's all good. I'm holding it down with the girls here. And we'll be fine. We'll make it. We'll be all right. Um, you know, so I'm not really sure how I'm going to make it until Sunday when she does come back from her sorority trip. But we just gonna have to make it one way or another. We're gonna have to make it. But yeah, she did decide to take her little sorrow trip. She's at a hotel right now. She's at her conference. So usually I'm the one that travels. I'm usually the one that goes on the trips. But now I'm like, I don't know how to function. How we gonna eat? What we gonna do? Like, I can't. How am I supposed to survive? What is this? So she gone, but she'll be back. She sends her love. Um, you know, wait, what? Why y'all sad? Hold on, what's the problem? What was y'all think? Wait a minute. What did y'all think? Did y'all think it was something else? No, this was just no. She just. Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all got me confused. No, it ain't. Anywho, so guys, I missed y'all. I missed y'all, man. I missed it. Don't y'all? Did you miss all this? Y'all ain't missed this. I missed this. Come on now. Okay. So what do we have? Oh, by the way, I forgot to talk to the new folks. If you're new here for whatever reason, yes, we get personal like that because it's the E fam, right? Okay. And by the way, if you want to join in on these fantastical type of conversations, you can do that by simply hitting the subscribe button. That's all it is. It ain't gonna cost you nothing. Just go ahead, hit the subscribe button, and you too can join the E-Fam and join the E-Chat and be part of one of the livest chats of all of YouTube, okay? It ain't nothing but a thing. So please go ahead and do that. And by the way, if you enjoy what you see, if you like what you're hearing, hit that like button as well. Tell a friend, bring a friend. It's all good. Do it all for us, But I have to go back and give a couple of shout outs. I can't do all the shout outs because I already told you this is going to be a long one. So we got to get through a couple of these and then we got to move on because we got the news and we got 2 Loki episodes to do. So we're going to be here for a minute. Let's see. We got Alley Girl. Thank you so much. Catching the replay. Shout out to the replay gang. Kristen Pratt holding it down for the Mod Squad. Thank you so much. Appreciate you always. Eagles plan, what's going on? Thank you so much. Yes, I watched Gen V. Yes, Gen V is really good. And yes, I cannot wait for more. So yes. And if you are a fan of The Boys on Amazon Prime Video, then yes, you should be watching Gen V because it's pretty much the same thing. It's pretty much all the same in the same breath and all that. So go ahead and check it out if anyone has not yet. Raymond, what is up? Thank you so much. Nina, what is up? How you doing? Yes, we're gonna get to Loki at the end, so we definitely gonna go there. L, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. MC, what is up? How are you? Joy, what is up? How are you doing? Another top supporter, Deborah Rodriguez. How you doing, ma'am? Thank you so much for being here. My man Nelson V is back. Good to see you. Fire Made Flesh, what is up? Thank you so much. Johnny Washington, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. My man Didier's back in action. Good to see you. Iceman, what's going on? Come on, wouldn't be alive without Miss Harper. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you always. Talented one, what's up? Jay, how you doing? We got the talented Zia Latrice. How you doing, man? Diamond, hello. Good to see you. My man Kenny is back. Good to see you. 60 plus, how you doing? Erica, what is up? We got more Mod Squad back to back with SJ Evans and Angel Gonzalez. Good to see both of y'all. Thank you so much. We got Mama J in the building. Always a pleasure. Who else we got here? We got my man Trouble Clef. What is up? How are you? I'm gonna just go at random here. Let's see. Tasha's back. Omar, what's going on? T-Ville, good to see you. Trees, hello. Kim and Jay is back at it. Thank you so much. We got the homie Stephanie coming down with the Mod Squad again. Thank you so much. Corey, what's up? Theo, how you doing? Lamar, how you doing? Kristen, what's up? My man, Mr. Hughes, how you doing? Natalie, we back in action. You know it. You know, how's that Stairmaster treating you? Let me know. JN, what's up? How you doing? We got the homie Rhonda. My man Lou is back. Good to see you. Edit pattern. Thank you so much for being here. Cal Payne, I see you. Got Aloha. How you doing? My man Travis is back. Thank y'all so much for being here. My man Gray is here. Thank you so much. Tanya, what's going on? Philroy, I see you. Come on now. We got the other top supporter, Loki, in the building. Thank you so much. Soto, how you doing? Xavier, Professor X. We're just going to call you Professor X. What's going on? Coop the Bullet. Coop, what's been up, man? I ain't seen you in a minute. Pierre, what's up? How are you? Devin, I see you. My man Stamina all the way from across the pond. Good to see you as well. Grandmaster, come on through. We got my man Just Opinions. Brandon, what's up, man? Thank you so much for being here. Y'all know the routine. Go ahead and go subscribe to this brother. He is already on my favorite channel list along with many others. You know the deal. Go subscribe and enjoy the great content over there. I believe if he would hit me up with a schedule list, I believe we're supposed to be linking up sometime soon. Are we not? Like, we supposed to be doing something. Marvels. The Marvels. Something. I don't know, but it's got to be something soon. But let me know, man. Let me know. All right, let's get some of these comments here. Let's see. Oh, man. First and foremost, thank you so much. Anthony, what you got? So I missed last week's live. No, you didn't. We all did. And thought, oh, it'll be fine because I'll see the recap only to find out that you defended your arch nemesis. I don't have an arch. You know what? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have an arch nemesis. I wish I was cool enough to have one. I don't have one, but thank you so much, Anthony. Back to back with it. Thank you so much. But I did peep how you just had to throw in not wanting him to play Dr. King. Him being rude in that scene when he played Tupac. You be letting that Mackie hate flow through you, and we love to see it. What hate? Listen. Like I said last time, have you seen him play Dr. King? You know what? Because y'all play too much. Let me write a note. Hold on. Y'all play. Y'all be playing. You know, let me write a note for y'all. I'm gonna get something for y'all. Because y'all act like I just be making stuff up. I got it. I got y'all. Y'all think I be making stuff up. I'm gonna give y'all the clip of this. You know what? I'm not even gonna say it. I'm just gonna drop it on y'all. I'm gonna just drop it on y'all. You gonna find out. You're going to find out because y'all think I be making this stuff up. You're going to find out. Okay. Thank you, Anthony. And if anyone has any complaints, y'all can thank him. Next week, I got something. Next week. Okay, let's get back into it. I'm sorry. Travel Clef, thank you so much. No apologies needed. Tech happy. You know what? But the thing is, I work in IT. Like, this is my field. I've been doing IT for 20, 30 years. Like, this is all I do, you know? So, yeah, it just bothers me a little bit more, you know what I'm saying, that, like, the IT guy got tech issues. Like, what? But thank you so much, Treble Clef. I appreciate you. JM, what you got? What up, man? Your shirt is fire. Thank you so much. By the way, you can get this shirt in the comments. I believe it's on the Teespring store. If it's not working, I'll try and post that a little later. But yes, y'all can go ahead and get the same shirt if you like. Excuse me. Seeing Victor Timely in Loki episode 3 makes me want to see Majors play Frederick Douglass. And as a DMV native, Jada is wildin' and beyond disrespectful. Well. I have some thoughts. I will share those a little bit later. But totally with you on the Victor Timely thing. And I think that was probably the inspiration that he was going with as well. You know, like what would an old black guy in the 1890 something, 60 something look like? And I think they were kind of channeling that energy for sure. Thank you so much, Matthew. What's going on? It's been a long time. Yes, shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step two, step two. Yes, ready to catch back up with the E fam. Thank you so much, Matthew. It's always a pleasure to see good old faces again. Appreciate you coming through and dropping the love for the channel. Thank you so much for that. Let's see, Kenny coming through playing Spider-Man 2 right now. I think you like it a lot. Ain't no think about it. Listen, I played Spider-Man. I played the Miles Morales DLC, try to make it seem like it was a full game, but it wasn't. I can't wait to get this Spider-Man 2 game. Now, I just need to get a PS5 first. You know, so far, listen, don't come in my neck now. I'm still saving my money up to get my PS5. I ain't got it like that. I know people be thinking like, oh, you getting all this money. No, I got bills and I got kids. I have to save and budget my money. And right now I'm about $300, give or take. I get my PS5 a little bit later. And I'm waiting for Black Friday. I'm hoping there's a sale on Black Friday and I'm gonna get it at that point. But yes, I will get that Spider-Man 2. Cannot wait. It looks amazing. Enjoy yourself, have fun, and yeah, get some extra skins for me. Thank you so much, Kenny. I appreciate you. Let's see, DJ, what you got? Do you still have some TBA shirts trying to rep that black-owned business? Yes. They should still be on the link in the description for it. But I will go ahead and post a couple of those. So make sure that you're following me. You know, I'll post it either on the YouTube channel. But yeah, if you go to my Teespring store, it should be in the description notes for the YouTube channel. You should be able to find the TVA shirts right there. So yes, you can get that for sure. Sim, what you got? Been a stank day. I'm sorry to hear that, but this live is already making me smile. Yes, good. Love to hear it. Got my glass of bourbon and about to chill. Thanks as always, Sim. No, thank you. I appreciate you so much for holding the channel down. Enjoy your drink. All right, let's go. Oh, hold on. We got a virgin. Oh, yes. Love to see it. Flyboy, what's going on? First time catching the live? Listen, first of all, the fact that you were able to make that comment means that you are subscribed. So I am so appreciative of the fact that you are here and that you are able to join us. Thank you. I appreciate you. See how quick? I was lucky to catch that. Usually I don't have time to catch them, but I caught that one. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. All right, let's see. What should we start off with? We have so much new. I had to try to go through different bits of news just to kind of you know what, let's go with this. I think I want the smoke. Yeah, I think I want the smoke, and I'm okay with that. Let's see. Oh man, it deleted. Give me 1 second here. I just want to highlight some things for y'all here. Let's see. Okay. Got that. Okay. Sorry about that. I had to highlight some things for you. Okay. So let's go and do this topic first. Now, one thing that I have told y'all, and I hope that when you walk away from these fun little updates and conversations that we have, that you gain some additional insight or maybe even reflection about what's going on in the world of movies and TV and so on and so forth, right? And one thing that I've always tried to make clear, and I think we've all noticed this, we've all seen this happening, is the fact that things are changing. Everything is changing when it comes to TV and movies and going to the theaters and all of that. Now, remember the time people used to think like, man, the theater's gonna die. I told y'all, theaters make too much money. They not gonna die. Then y'all also had y'all director Scorsese out there crying as if the sky was falling because he was like, "Oh my God, we got to save cinema," because people weren't going to the theaters. But what? Why was that? Because we saw big blockbusters and IP franchises and stuff taking over the whole the whole industry. Studios started going with bigger, more recognizable names because that's what people were willing to pay for. So, while you have people like Scorsese out there, trying to champion individual voices and individual, indie cinema and stuff like that, which is fine. That's fine. He's kept on railing against big franchise Marvel, Star Wars movies and stuff. You also had you had studios out there that were still trying to give these smaller productions, these lesser known things, a shot. One of the probably the most recognizable studio that does this is A24. A24, they have done a number of films, Hereditary, Midsummer, I think, did they do Mother? I don't know if they did Mother. The Green Knight. They do a lot of movies that might not be the most recognizable, but the one thing that they are is definitely different and creative. So they always take this risk with certain movies that people never heard of, but they try new things. But there's a problem with that. When those movies that no one has ever heard of go out in the theaters and people don't go see it, the studio loses money. Now don't get me wrong, there are some good movies out there that kind of pop a little bit. I think Gray, you just mentioned Talk to Me. That's a great one, right? But you also have movies like, I don't know, Beau is Afraid. Did anyone in here go see Beau is Afraid? Feel free to comment if you did. Just anybody. With King Phoenix, play Joker. Did y'all see Beau is Afraid? I did. And it was terrible. I don't even want to talk about the movie because it was that stupid and dumb. But the studio put a fulfillion dollars into it and it did not go well. Did y'all even hear of Beau is Afraid? Like, no. Okay. Anyway, so y'all look. I love the fact that y'all spelling it wrong. That proves that was just not. It was a miss. It was a miss. But this is what happens though. When you keep doing something that don't work, when you, as a business, when you keep on trying something and it doesn't make you money, what do you think you have to do? You have to pivot. And that is what A24 is doing. A24 is now expanding its strategy from those small art house gems to more commercial films. Oh my gosh. Oh, it says here, according to a top agent with knowledge of the company over the summer, A24 acquisition executive Noah Sacco made the talent agency rounds in searching for action and big IP projects. The studio, the agent told the Wrap, it's de-emphasizing the traditional character auteur driven dramas. Oh, somebody go check on Martin Scorsese. Please, please, somebody go check on this man because I know he hurting right now. One of the main studios that champion cinema is like, nah, son, we need big commercial movies. Yeah, we need big commercial IPs. We need stuff that's a little bit more recognizable. It goes on to say, everyone in the independent film space is aware that A24 needs to pivot to more commercial films alongside its art house slate. With 2.5 billion valuation, it's pretty obvious that they need to expand into more commercial films. By the way, that's not a lot of money. For a film studio, that's not a lot of money. It's not. It says here the strategy shift is important because an A24 movie carries brand recognition with the added cachet of being a taskmaster for auteur directors and provocative stories. But it also goes on here to say why the pivot to action and IP. According to one production executive, A24 took a beating on dramas, especially the ones that they made. Movies like Waves, The Green Knight, and of course, what did I just talk about? Beau is Afraid. This movie lost $35 million. What studio in their right mind would keep giving out movies, which basically you have to fund, keep putting their money up, and all you do is keep losing? DJ Khaled would have a whole fit. All you do is lose, lose, lose. That's not okay. So they have to pivot for my friends out there. Pivot. They had to pivot to big commercial IPs. Why? Because this is the main reason that I told y'all it makes zero sense for people like Scorsese. I know people was coming at me for my last video that I did on Scorsese because some of y'all can't handle the truth. I told y'all it makes no sense to rail against the big commercial IPs and franchises because at the end of the day, those type of movies pay for the smaller movies. And it's a cycle that ends up happening. When the big box office movies make the studio a $1 billion, now they got money to burn on new special things that no one has heard of. And if it's a loss, it's okay because that big property is still making them enough money to cover. And guess what? When they do take that little gamble on those smaller movies, and let's just say while the big movies are making the money, maybe 5 of those small movies don't do very well. But maybe out of those 5, maybe one of them shows a little potential of becoming a franchise. I don't know, like John Wick. Did any one of y'all think watching the first John Wick that we would sit here with an entire franchise after? I didn't. I thought John Wick was just going to be a one and done type of movie. It was funny. It was cool. It was whatever. And I thought that was it. Next thing you know, we on John Wick 4. We got a whole spinoff with the Continental. Then we got another ballerina movie coming out. That movie is making a whole lot more money for the studio than intended. And that's what I'm talking about. It's a cycle that happens. You're not going to be wise in terms of spending a bunch of money on things that are unknown and you have no idea if you're going to get a return versus investing your money in what works and then using some of that profit to flip and then go ahead and invest in other smaller things. So yes, this is once again just supporting what I've been saying. And this is why I give Martin Scorsese critique and criticism for his take, because it comes off as being short-sighted of the bigger picture of how the entire industry has not only shifted, but now how it operates. The only reason Apple, well, besides the fact that Apple has a whole lot of money, but the only reason even Netflix or whoever, the only reason they give him these $200, $300, $400 million budgets or whatever the crazy amount is because other things that are recognizable make money. That's it. Otherwise, ain't nobody gonna be just pouring out that high amount of budgets on movies and the audience has no idea whether they're gonna invest in it or not. So anyway, I just thought that this was kind of cool that you know, A24, and this is a studio I do respect and I do like very much. I like the fact that they're starting to recognize we got to do like everybody else. We got to get things that are a little bit more name brand. Why? Because now we can start making better investments and creative properties. Anyway, what do y'all think about this move with A24? Do y'all think Martin Scorsese is going to be all right? Whatever you think, let me know in the comments down below. All right. Let's see. 60 plus. What you got? You and B. Avery and Elliot have to review the Marvel's dynamic trio. Listen, y'all better go bother that man. Go bother that man. I told him let's do it. He asked us, and I said I'm ready. Let's go. You know, I listen. I'm not gonna say I can't wait to see the Marvels. I ain't saying that, but can't wait to get down with the brothers again and talk about the movie. I'm with it. I'm with it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Natalie, what you got? I'm telling Mrs. Email you were playing games on her phone next week. What game would I play? What? Don't play on Black Love. Now take that chicken out the freezer and go to bed. First of all, I did take the chicken out the freezer for your information. First of all, okay. Now I might have left it out a little too long. I think I got to go get another pack, but I did take it out. It's fine. And I fed the babies before I even started. So they fine. They're fine. So yes, we good now. Y'all know what you're gonna tell. What you gonna tell? I didn't do nothing. I told y'all I did not lie to y'all at all. I didn't lie. Didn't lie about nothing. Thank you so much. Let's see. It's she. Thank you. First time sending anybody any money. Much love to the channel and the family. Go order a pizza or something because the missus ain't there. Oh my gosh, it's she. Thank you so much. And I'm not gonna lie, that was exactly what I wanted for dinner. I was literally thinking, like, man, the second this thing is over, I'm about to get me a good old thin crust pizza. Ooh, pepperoni, sausage, mushroom, and I'm gonna tell y'all the real secret: extra sauce. Y'all get that pepperoni, mushroom, sausage, and extra sauce. People sleep on how good the sauce makes the pizza. And my personal favorite, don't nobody go and try and take this. And I know some people think it's weird, but I don't care. Make my pizza well done. I love me some well done pizza. Yes. That ain't for everybody. That's just for me. D Brown, thank you so much for the support right there. I really appreciate you. Thank you for that. Let's see. Shogun, what you got? I feel Scorsese wasn't talking about art house movies totally. A24 can pivot to regular movies and not do major IPs. Was Goodfellas art house? I don't know if it's hard to say whether or not it was art house because I feel like at that time you didn't have like almost everything from the 90s felt like it was an individual type of movie. Like nobody really had big IPs. You had things that had sequels, like Rocky 4, 5, whatever. But nothing really felt like franchises and big IPs were like dominant at the time. You could mess around and even go to the video store, not even see a movie go to theaters, and you still catch a banger because they were just throwing out movies that were just good all around. So it's kind of hard to say whether or not that was art house. But Scorsese was talking about a lot of things. No, he wasn't talking about only art house movies, but he feels as though they are not getting the push that they deserve from the studios. And I'm saying it doesn't make sense for the studios to push something that does not make money, because if they don't make money, they will go bankrupt, and that will be the real end of cinema. You can't have cinema in Hollywood if you don't have studios producing these things and doing all the distribution and all of that. I understand some purists out there want to be like, it's all about the art. That's a lie. It hasn't been about the art for like almost 100 years. It's art and it's business. Unfortunately, it's a little bit more business, but the business allows the art to just survive. So yes, it's a little bit of both, but he's conveniently leaves certain things out of his little rants, and that's my issue. Let's see, JM, what you got? Scorsese whining about modern day filmmaking as a filmmaker who only makes films with majority white cast still makes no sense. You know, I was just in another conversation. Shout out to the Twitter Spaces, about that, and it's like I don't have a problem with that. Like, I don't care that he wants to make his little Italian movies and only have predominantly white cast. That's fine. I don't see an issue with that, because my only thing is, don't nobody complain about Woody Allen, Wes Anderson or whoever, let them do what they want to do. Just don't fix your mouth to say nothing when Jordan Peele or Tyler Perry or whoever want to do things with just black folks. Let them, if you gonna stay in your lane, let other people stay in their lane. So I'm not saying everybody got to do diverse films or whatever, but just respect what you do and don't go sitting there being a hypocrite if somebody does the same thing. That's all. But thank you so much, JM. Appreciate you. Let's see. Shogun, what is a well done pizza? It has steak on it? No. I come on, we gonna get sidetracked. Listen, a well done pizza. So this goes back to the fact that even when my mama was pregnant, meat and cheese never had a good relationship. So, like, she would tell me that when she was pregnant with me and she ate cheese, she would throw up. And I remember when I would try to eat cheese, even as a kid, I would throw up. So, me and cheese just don't work. But maybe it's a chemical reaction. I ain't no biologist, chemistry. I don't know. But if you burn my cheese, I can eat the pizza. So, I like my stuff well done, where, in other words, no white cheese. Okay, I'm a little racist with my cheese. I don't want no white cheese. It's got to be brown all the way, even to the middle. And you know what? It tastes just fine. It tastes just. Oh, y'all getting me hungry already. It's delicious. It's delicious. Thank you so much, Shogun. I appreciate you. Matthew, what's up? Don't forget pineapples go on pizza. No, they don't. Bro, what timeline you living in? No, they don't. Nah, bro. Listen, that could be your pizza. That's your pizza. That's your pizza. That's all yours. And no mac and cheese. It don't. No, I don't need it. I'm fine. I live just fine without mac and cheese. I'm fine. But thank you. See, I didn't want to get into it because I know y'all always want to argue with me about food, and we can't go there right now. We got to save those for the Ask Me Anythings. Okay, we can't go there right now. All right, let's go on. What else we got? Okay, this is gonna be quick. Y'all remember Del Toro? Guillermo Del Toro was talking about a Star Wars movie that almost could have, would have, should have happened, but of course, Star Wars, they don't keep their promises with stuff like that. And he had said something like it had something to do with BB and JB or something like that. He gave us some little hint. Now, I thought, and I think some of y'all thought this too, I was hoping he was talking about Jar Jar Binks. I was hoping this man was going to hit us with the Darth Jar Jar. Yes, I subscribe to that theory. Yes, I would fully buy into Jar Jar Binks playing everybody, and he was really evil the whole time. I thought that's what it was, but apparently that was not the case. And now we finally know what he was actually going to do. And it was actually Jabba the Hutt. That's right. He was going to do a movie about Jabba the Hutt for his Star Wars movie that did not pan out. He said here we had the rise and fall of Jabba the Hutt. So I was super happy. We were doing a lot of stuff, and then it's not my property. It's not my money. And then it's one of those 30 screenplays that goes away. Sometimes I'm bitter. Sometimes I'm not. I always turn to my team and say, good practice, guys. Good practice. We designed a great world. We designed great stuff. We learned. So, of course, this is nothing new. I've actually gotten a chance to talk to Guillermo, and I've been able to, hear him at different talks and stuff. And this man, I don't know how he does it. he's just one of those clearly a genius or something. But this man has he was like, man, I got like 50 scripts at home, like 50 different movies, and I just have to sit here and pick which one I might have time to do. So it sounds like this one was just another one of those very, very many scripts that was developed that had potential, but it just didn't actually make it. So, it is what it is. But I think this would have been interesting. I don't know if I would have wanted to see a Jabba the Hutt movie in theaters, though. I mean, would y'all want to see Jabba the Hutt in theaters? Because I'm sitting here like, we got to watch the subtitles all day. Like, what are you showing us? Am I going to be cheering for Jabba the Hutt? I can't even understand him. I don't know. I don't know. If y'all would have been interested in the Jabba the Hutt movie, let me know. Personally, I think this would have been probably a nice Disney Plus special. If you told me it was 60 minutes, the quick rise and fall, I'd watch that. If it was kind of like, the Guardians of the Galaxy special, whatever, I'd watch a little 60-minute thing. I don't think I'm gonna pay money to go see it, even if it is my man Guillermo. I don't know. Y'all gonna have to throw some lightsabers in there. I'm sorry. But anyway, y'all let me know what you think in the comments down below. What else do we have here? Hold on. Let's go. Oh, no, that's not it. That's it. We're gonna stay on Star Wars because recently Matthew Vaughn, in case y'all don't know, Matthew Vaughn is the guy who directed Kick-Ass. He did Kingsman. He did X-Men First Class. So this is a well, pretty good director out there, and he was doing the little press tour or whatever, and he was talking about all these different things that he was working on or things that he was pitched or, shoulda, coulda, woulda stuff, right? And the question came up about what would you do with Star Wars, and he answered the question. And I thought it brought up a pretty interesting point. But here's what he ended up saying here. Let me make it a little bigger for y'all. He said that if Disney, if they wanted to reboot Star Wars, set the story with the Skywalkers, and then I'll go, hey, that will be interesting, because for me, it's got to be so bold, so different, and so brave. They said you can't do that. I was like, there have been 3 Spider-Mans, James Bond. Like, what are you talking about? Why can't that happen? I don't control Star Wars, but I would do something big, brave, and with the great characters. I want to see Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia, Han Solo, and Chewie doing their stuff, not some distant cousin. Who cares? Now, I think that this brings up a very, very good point, because I personally, as someone who came a little late to the party to Star Wars, I came after the prequels came out, and a little bit right before the new movies came out. That's when I started to really get into it. Coming into Star Wars a little bit late, I kind of got, I guess, at one point I was like, oh man, this thing has been hyped up for so long. Let me see what all the hype is all about. And I don't think that the movies lived up to the hype. And even though the movies didn't live up to the hype, it's not to say I didn't appreciate them. They were cool, except for the new ones. I really don't mess with the new ones like that. The animated series, I thought, did a very, very good job in finally explaining why Star Wars is so beloved. It explained the war, it explained the characters, it finally gave Anakin the justice he deserved as a character. It did all of that. But let me explain one reason why I would actually be in favor if they rebooted Star Wars. And that's because to this very day, Star Wars, their biggest fumble has been Luke Skywalker. I mean, even if you were a casual fan, even if you were an outsider looking in, you've probably heard of Darth Vader, but you've probably also heard of Luke Skywalker. But when you go back and watch the movies, I'm sitting here like, Luke Skywalker is supposed to be this grand super Jedi hero, this almost a Superman like type of character, and he never lives up to his potential. At least none that we see. I mean, in the original trilogy, he doesn't even defeat the Emperor. Darth Vader does. Spoiler alert. So then we fast forward to the new trilogy, and it's like he out here drinking green goat milk or something. Like what? Well, then he dies. What? Like, where is the Luke Skywalker that all these Star Wars fans have been hyping up for years? Because I ain't seen them. I saw a little bit of him in The Mandalorian, and we barely saw him do much. I mean, he had that nice little scene where he went through a couple androids or whatever. That was cool. But I'm saying the hype for Luke Skywalker has never been matched or even seen on a cinematic big screen. And that's a problem. That is a problem. That's like saying, hey, you know what? We're DC, and you're only going to see Batman when he's training in year one, and then when he's old in Batman Beyond. You're never going to see prime time Batman in action. What the hell is that? If that's the case, reboot Star Wars. Because what are we doing? If you have this prime name brand IP character that still has never lived up to his potential, reboot the franchise. Because at this point, you still have a whole younger generation that I don't personally think has the biggest connection to Star Wars compared to the older generation. The older generation, by the way, y'all had a good 40 years. It's been a long run. And guess what? Even for those of y'all that are like, I don't want to see a reboot, keep my Star Wars the way it is. Even if that's the way you feel. Let me tell you a real reality check. If Disney said we're rebooting Star Wars today, where y'all going? Where y'all going? Y'all gonna go back to Babylon 5? You gonna start watching Picard and Star Trek? Where you gonna go? You gonna start watching Doctor Who? Where you going? You gonna sit your butt right here and you gonna watch this new Star Wars that got rebooted. Why? Because you want to see whether they can live up to the hype or your personal expectations, or you're gonna want to watch it so you can hate on it, right? So yes, you're not going to go anywhere if you're an old Star Wars fan, and you have way more to gain in terms of potentially getting new viewers by rebooting this and maybe doing certain things that actually would have lived up to the hype that's been built up for decades and never met. One other example besides Luke, because the only thing, and I've talked to the OGs that read all the Star Wars comics and stuff, all they sit here and tell me is Luke is Luke is the baddest Jedi alive in the comics. I'm like, why I gotta go read that? Why do I have to go read the novels for this big primetime superhero type of character? And y'all can't put that in your movies? Like, what are you doing? Why are you hiding your best asset? It makes no sense. So the other one is Boba Fett. How hard did Boba Fett fall? When I tell you, for 30 years, I've been hearing Boba Fett was so cool. Boba Fett had the jetpack. Boba Fett was so dope. So when the Boba Fett show came out, I was like, here we go. Here we go. And there Boba Fett went. Out his own show. Got replaced by another Mandalorian. Where was the hype? Y'all had a character that's been hyped up in legendary status, and y'all couldn't even deliver it on a TV show. Reboot Star Wars. You have literally nothing to lose. Nothing. At this point, you fumbled an entire trilogy. An entire trilogy. You ain't come out with a movie since 2018. 5 years with a ridiculous amount of content. Reboot Star Wars. You got nothing to lose. All you can do is go up at this point. Anyway, I personally would not mind it. Now, here's the thing. I don't really care. If you reboot Star Wars, I'm fine with it. If you don't, I'm cool with that too. I just want them to stop dragging their feet because it feels like the franchise right now, the closest we get to something fresh or different is like in the TV shows. And TV shows are fine, but they don't have the same impact that a movie will, and it doesn't have the same reach that a movie has. Movies are global. Everybody ain't got Disney Plus. Everybody ain't got, that access like that. So I'm just saying, you put something on the big screen and make that thing feel epic. Make that thing like be I don't know, legendary status. That's where it should be. Anyway, that's my little rant because I've just been pissed off with Star Wars. Even though I'm watching every single one. Shout out to Ahsoka, one of the best shows out there. But anyway, what do y'all think? Do y'all feel as though Star Wars should be rebooted? Do you feel like they should just keep doing more of the same? Do you feel like nothing's wrong? Whatever you think, let me know in the comments down below. I didn't even get into that. Messing up Finn, messing up characters left and right. That list could be long, I tell you. Anthony, thank you so much. Why did Guillermo consider making a movie about Jabba the Hutt? He heard it was a Slimy's tale and thought it was just another love story in a monster's world. Guillermo does love monsters. He does. So you could be on. That could be it. That could have been just it. But he was fascinated with them. He actually really likes monsters and stuff. I don't really get the appeal with Jabba the Hutt personally. I've never really cared about Jabba like that, but I guess old school fans like him. I don't know, but I think you're better off with that take that could be the case, his affiliation with the monsters and stuff. Puma, what you got? Freaky Friday and pineapple with ham or sausage. Green pepper is love. Let's go New York. Let's not. I don't know. Can't wait to talk about the 4-letter word. So great. 10 for me. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, sir. I don't know about that pizza. You want that? I'm gonna let you have that pizza all to yourself, bro. All to yourself. So yes, you enjoy that. You enjoy that. Rims, thank you so much. Let's see. Having a rough week. Oh, sorry to hear that. And a rough day, but had to drop some love for my favorite channel, favorite family. Cancer sucks, but God is still good. Amen. Hold your loved ones, folks. Because negativity is working overtime outside. One love, y'all. Rims, you already know we are here. We are sending Papa Rims. We sending him some positive vibes, prayers, thoughts to you and your family. I know this is definitely tough, and it's the best we could do is just be here for you as much as we can. So, if we can just take your mind off things, even temporarily, I hope that does something for you. But yeah, we got you back here. We got you back. But thank you so much for showing the love. I mean, I think that's really telling that when you're in a rough position to still be able to show love to others, my God, that's something. So I commend you. Thank you. I'm praying for your strength and support. Thank you for that. And I'm really hoping everything works out for you guys. Let's see. Kenny, what you got? If they did it in a creative way, what do you think about Star Wars dipping into the multiverse territory? Say the higher powers or the force itself decides that to maintain balance, correction is needed. I wouldn't mind. I don't mind. Like, I know some people say that they're tired of the multiverse and stuff. Once again, people are only tired of things that don't work. You're not tired of the concept. You're tired of bad execution. I didn't hear not one person complain about the multiverse and how it was handled in Across the Spider-Verse. I didn't hear nobody complain about how the multiverse was handled and everything everywhere all at once. So no, I have no problem if it's handled creatively and if it feels original and different and if it makes sense, go for it. That's always the ultimate, reset button, is to play with time travel and stuff. I've said this. How about this? You don't even need to do multiverse with Star Wars. I don't even think you need to do that. Keep in mind that the universe that they're in, it's a made up universe in a far, far away galaxy. What if they just fast forwarded 1,000 years? What if they just did that? I always thought that would be a perfect opportunity for Star Wars to finally upgrade their own technology. Y'all got hyperdrive and all these other, crazy things, teleports. Y'all got all these crazy things, but you still got yellow and white big old buttons on people's chests and on the control panels. So maybe we can fast forward Star Wars to be a little bit more technically, advanced, still keep the Force, still keep all of that, and start a new chapter. You could also do that. You could talk about the legend of the Skywalkers or whatever and just move on. So I don't even think you got to do multiverse, but I think you could do that. You could just move forward. Kenny, what you got? Does Star Wars time travel feel like a cop out? Nah. And they've already introduced that with Rebels. Rebels already kind of sort of talked about that and addressed it. So in case anybody hasn't seen it, go watch Rebels. But no, I don't feel like anything is a cop out if it is handled well. Thank you so much. Let's see, Didier, what you got? We never seen Prime Vader either. We see pre-Vader, then I'm too old for this ish Vader. This is also facts, right? So now the only reason I did not bring up Vader, because you're not wrong. You are not wrong. We have not seen Vader when he was out there terrorizing folks. The closest we got to that was Rogue One. Rogue One was the closest one we saw where Vader was in his prime, fresh off the operation table, and my man was terrorizing that hallway like nobody's business. So that was the closest I think we got to seeing him at his real potential at that time. However, the reason why I did not bring it up is because we did get the prequels, and we did get Clone Wars, and we did get Rebels, and they all kind of sort of showed us prime Anakin, and Anakin, by definition, is the pinnacle of what Vader could have been, right? Because, once he lost his limbs, loses the midichlorians and stuff like that, he's like, I want to say, what did they say? Like, he's only at 80% while he's Vader. So I think the fact that we got to see Anakin kind of show up as a general, as a Jedi, I feel like we at least got more at that point, I think. But I don't know. I wouldn't mind a solo Vader's anything. I would not mind. Listen, y'all still got Hayden Christensen. Let that man clearly likes to work. Let him go work. Let him do his thing. Thank you so much. Nelson, what's going on? The original Star Wars trilogy lacks diversity. Clone Wars and TV series on Disney Plus caught my interest. Reboot Star Wars. Yes, this is very, very true. Sorry, having one Lando around is not enough. The best black friend, but yeah, it'd be a great opportunity to finally like just show, and I'm not even saying just different people of color, but like just show different everything, different aliens, different types of people, show all of that stuff, with if you were to reboot it. So yes, totally down for that. I think that works. Let's see what you got. Thank you so much, Shogun. My thing is, in a weird way, it's too soon to reboot Star Wars. It sort of just came back. Might even lead to brand confusion. Again, it depends on how you write it in. If you want to do time travel, if you want to do the multiverse, if you want to fast forward, I think it can work. I mean, I think that we are sophisticated enough to understand when these things happen. And here's the other thing. What if they did just reboot it? If they just rebooted it and was just like Star Wars, the next generation, now I know some people be mad about that, but I'm just saying, if they did that, the people that are going to get it are going to get it. And the people that don't, you'll get it eventually. You know what I'm saying? Like if they keep on going with that ball, people will eventually catch up. So I wouldn't be too worried about it if they rebooted one day. But again, it's all about the execution and how you go about it. Nelson, what you got? Use the Star Wars TV series as a base for a reboot. Sure. I think that's a very viable way of doing it. That works. Yeah, absolutely. They already kind of laid that foundation anyway. So yeah, for sure. Cal Payne, just heard about author Mark Bernardin has a Mace Windu comic coming out in January, and I cannot wait. Dude is a dope writer. I did also hear about that. I'm probably not gonna read it, but I am curious about it, so I'll probably read about it once it comes out, and then once people kind of like get a feel for it. So, but thank you for putting that on people's radar as well. Kid Mello, what you got? Star Wars should do a reboot with Clone Wars, showing us young Anakin and restart the journey. Sure. I mean, here's the other thing. What if they kind of went the multiverse route and they went the other way around? Maybe they start off with Anakin being found by Palpatine early. And while he's like growing up on the dark side, over the years he becomes good. You know, like what if we do something like that? Like, hey, Anakin went from bad to now good. You know, like you could do different things and still mix it up and make it interesting, you know. But anyway, thank you so much, Kid Mello. I appreciate you for that. Let's go moving on. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Nope, not gonna do that. I don't know if y'all care about this, so we'll just go ahead. Okay, so I had already told y'all, you know, and I had kind of confirmed this with my own sources. That whole Mephisto rumor about whether or not he was real, whether he was happening, like Marvel is making Mephisto. He is going to, you know, debut. And now it's just that we have a little bit more confirmation that it's actually official, that it's official. And in case you did not know, yes, that is Borat, aka Sacha Baron. He is going to be the MCU Mephisto, and it is now officially confirmed. It says here Marvel Studios, via a recent copyright filing document with the government, so you know you can go look it up yourself, I guess, confirmed that Sacha Baron Cohen is featured in the main cast of Ironheart. So that's going to be coming out soon on Disney Plus, indicating his role in the series is substantial. It says it's worth noting that this copyright filing is listed his character as Mystery Man, which could have been done to obscure his actual role. So once again, the question is, why would Marvel hire him? Why is he a mystery man? Put that together with all the rumors that are already confirming that he is Mephisto. There you go. I get the feeling that because the rumors have come out, because the articles have already said this, do not be surprised that when Ironheart comes out, they just go ahead and just show you, yeah, he's there. Like they'll probably like give up on trying to surprise you because it's already out there. The news has already made its, you know, run. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised about that. But how do you feel about Sacha Baron Cohen basically being the new Mephisto in the MCU? Are you okay with that? Do you have some concerns? Whatever you think, let me know in the comments. All right, let's move. Trying to make some. Oh, okay. So this was I didn't even do a thingy for it. Hold on. All right, this is just a quick one. But Gen V, and now I've been telling y'all, I haven't been covering it because I've just been busy, but Gen V is fantastic. Like, if you have not been watching Gen V, feel free to go check it out. However, you know, Gen V is not for kids. So if there are any people that are under the age of, I don't know, 18, 16, you don't need to be watching Gen V. It is not for you. Okay. It is for straight up adults. Matter of fact, it might not be for some adults. Like, I don't know if some of y'all adults can handle Gen V, to be honest with you. But Gen V is fantastic. If you like The Boys, if you enjoy the humor, the style, the sense of what The Boys do, then you are going to like Gen V. So yes, please go ahead and check that out. But we do have some good news, and that is Gen V has been renewed for season 2 at Amazon Prime Video. So that is fantastic for anybody that is currently enjoying it. You can look forward to the fact that we will be getting more of Gen V. Now, I don't have the news pulled up here. I don't know if it's a rumor or if it was just posted randomly, but I do recall seeing earlier today that the showrunner had said that season 1 sets up season 4 of The Boys. And I want to say season 4 of The Boys might tie in to season 2 of Gen V. So they're doing this connection thing all together. One thing leads into the other, which is cool. I think even for those of y'all that might have seen the Easter egg in the last season of The Boys, where Huey was working in that political office and he was looking at a bunch of different profiles on a computer. He actually looked up Marie's picture, like he saw her. So they already were teasing Gen V in the last season of The Boys as it was. So we'll probably just get more of that, more connections interweaving together. So I just thought that was good news. I'm happy about it because I really like the show. So I cannot wait to get more of that. Let's go on. What else do we have? We have Deadpool 3 update. So as you guys know, Deadpool 3 has been in the works. We got Hugh Hefner. We got Hugh Jackman coming back as Wolverine. That was probably the biggest news in comic history at this point. So we got Hugh Jackman coming back in the role. He's going to be tag teaming with Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool. But unfortunately, because of the writer strike and then because of the actor strike, production has halted, and that has been a problem. So, as expected, delays are going to happen. And now it's saying that it is possible that Deadpool might make a May 2024 release, or maybe it won't. Who knows? It says here, this is from Sean Levy, the director. When he was asked about the movie, he said, "I wish I knew. I don't even know if we officially have a release date. I know we were gonna be on May 3rd. Certainly, the actor strike and the long pause in production have put that release date in a true risk. We've shot half of the movie. I've edited half of the movie. We're dying to get back to work and get this movie out next year." Now, they also talked to him about some rumors about Taylor Swift, because he did go to the Kansas City Chiefs and New York Jets game. And of course, if you haven't been hearing, tight end Travis Kelce is currently dating Taylor Swift. And Levy happened to be at the game, so he didn't want to deny or confirm any rumors about whether or not she could be in the movie as the mutant Dazzler. A lot of people have been wanting to see her as Dazzler. He said here, those rumors, they sure are loud. Levy said of fans clamoring for her to play the musical mutant. I'm going across the board, no comment, because that's a double whammy. Gotcha. That's a double whammy. That's Taylor related and it's MCU related. I'm no dummy. You're going to have to wait and see. When I tell you, that was probably the smartest thing this man could have said. Because the moment you sit here and give any speculation about this stuff, it's going to go crazy. And I'm going to tell you this too. If Marvel wants this movie to be $1 billion movie, put Taylor Swift in that movie, even if it's for 2 minutes, because those Swifty heads, them Taylor Swift fans, oh, they gonna show up. They show up. Listen, I don't know, and maybe y'all could tell me. I don't know. I don't know which fan base is bigger. I don't know which fan base is like more, the Beehive or the Taylor Swifties. Like which, like I don't know which one do y'all think is bigger, and who would turn up more? Because I can't call it. I can't call it. But I could promise you, if Taylor Swift is even remotely advertised, not no hidden cameo, but if she is remotely advertised in being in that movie, Deadpool's gonna make $1 billion easily, easily $1 billion. So, you know, anyway, what do y'all think about this news that Deadpool might not even make the May release? There have been other rumors. I don't believe it's official, but there have been other rumors that maybe Captain America Brave and the Bold, or Brave New World, whatever it's called now, they are going to switch, and they're going to have Captain America be in May and put Deadpool somewhere else. I don't even know if that helps. I don't know. I still need to wait and see a trailer. I need to see a trailer for Captain America before I can get excited for it. Um, I still have a lot of concerns for a lot of Marvel movies until after Secret Wars. After 2026, those are the movies I'm really going to look at and start to become more excited for. In the meantime, I don't know. I don't know. But y'all let me know how you feel about this. Does it make you more excited? Because maybe they have more time, like maybe you don't want them to rush it. Take your time, get Deadpool 3 together, whatever. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Let's see, Matthew, what you got? We have Mephisto show up in Ironheart. They could have done a short with him causing some ruckus for Black Panther and Wakanda. They could have, but as I've told y'all before, I don't think, in my humble opinion, I don't think Marvel is as invested in certain characters the way we are. I don't think Black Panther is a top priority for them. I don't think Blade is a top priority. This is just my opinion. I'm not saying it as a fact. I'm just saying it does not feel like their top priorities. So it's sad because a lot of these movies end up making a lot of money for them, and we end up showing up for them. You would think, hey, y'all like this? All right, let's go. Now, to be fair, they still put a decent amount of money. They put a lot of money into Black Panther too. I don't know if that really paid off, but at least they put their money where their mouth was. But yeah. To me, it's just I'm still disappointed that we don't even have like a still image, some concept art, something. Can we even see what Mahershala will look like as Blade? Why? Like, if you look right now, all you can find is fan art. That's wild to me. 5 years? 5 years? I know there's been a strike and all, but 5 years and we ain't got nothing? Y'all couldn't even throw this man in a quick little cameo in a TV? Nothing? I don't like it. I don't like it. Thank you so much, Matthew. I appreciate you. Let's see. Lamar, what you got? Sacha Baron Cohen is actually a pretty underrated actor with a lot of range. He just typically uses it for comedy. Hope they let him go darker as well. I agree with you on that. And I actually like I like it when he goes more dramatic with things, and takes a more serious tone with things. I think he does that very well. But yeah, whether they're gonna let him go darker with this, I would not bet on it. I have the feeling that they didn't bring him on to be dark. I got the feeling, think about this now. Think about it. By the time they hired him, forget about what we see, because everything we see on screen, that's stuff that has been planned and worked on years before. What is it? It's 2023. We just got done seeing Secret Invasion. They were working on Secret Invasion in 2021, 2 years before that. So We learned about Sacha Baron Cohen in potentially being in this stuff. What was it, like last year or something like that, or earlier this year, something like that? So in my mind, I still give him, let's say, another year before that, or maybe months of negotiation before that. I still think that they were in their Thor 4, Ant-Man 3 mindset of ha ha ha, this is funny. Let's get Sacha Baron Cohen. I feel like that's the mindset, that old Marvel mindset of when he was brought in. So, with that said, I would not bet that he's going to come in and be darker. Maybe that'd be, things can change, but I got the feeling that he's a byproduct of the things that we've seen before, and that's probably the vision that they're going with him. So don't be surprised if Mephisto's like slapstick funny humor again. um let's see, thank you so much for that. I have another one. Yeah, I did. Back to back. Thank you so much, Lamar. Let's see, we all need to take a minute to appreciate Ryan Reynolds. The man willed Deadpool into existence and talked Hugh into coming back to the role he swore he was done with. Legend. Facts on facts on facts. Ryan Reynolds is the one. Don't forget, Deadpool would have never happened, because the execs were just not, they were not for it. They were not looking, they did not believe in it. And this man, well, somebody allegedly leaked Deadpool, and we saw that test footage, and fans, everybody was like, we want that. Give us more of that. When he dropped that scene on when he was on the bridge and the DMX played, I was like, I want Deadpool. Let's give us more Deadpool. So shout out to Ryan Reynolds. He absolutely did his thing, and that was definitely a worthwhile gamble. Let's see, Didier, what you got? I can't say why, but I have reason to be excited about Captain America. Oh, okay. Is it because you want to see a Hulk movie? Because that's, so far, I'm just saying, so far, that's what it seems like is the draw appeal. Because I don't know. Like, is there something you know that I don't know, that we don't know? I don't know. But yeah, I just need a little bit more. I need a trailer. But anyway, thank you guys so much for that. All right, let's move on. Actually, let's moonwalk back into Star Wars. Let's do a little more Star Wars. So one thing that has happened in Star Wars, for those of you that have not been following the news, or if you have not been following our live breakdowns with Ahsoka, we learned that the actor Ray Stevenson had passed away, and obviously it was very sad. The guy has done solid work. Whether you knew about him or not, you probably seen him around. Shout out to Punisher, because he was Punisher. But his death left a mark on some folks, because if you watched Ahsoka, you started to notice his character Balin was actually pretty good. He was pretty interesting. And then on top of that, his character in the Ahsoka series kind of got left hanging, like he's about to do something and the series ended. So what do you do with that? What do you do when a character's story is not finished and incomplete, and the actor passes away? What do you do with that? Well, it seems like IGN, one of the few outlets out there, has the brilliant answer to this. And for them, according to them, the most respectful thing that they can do is recast Balin Skull. Wow. Wow. Did you see this? Not, hey, y'all should eventually do this. Not, maybe we should recast. No, not that. The most respectful, which means there's nothing else better. There's nothing else deeper. There's nothing else on that mountaintop that they can do to respect this man's legacy, to respect the hard work this man put into this character. There's nothing else to do but to recast. Yikes. 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 And you know, I want to say shout out to a lot of, you know, IG, because, or IGN, because out of many other outlets, they were one of the few that actually also supported this with T'Challa. Now, they did put a little caveat in here, and we're not going to let you off the hook with this. You know, you eventually bring him back. Okay. You know, because for whatever reason, people were scared to simply talk about the positives of recasting T'Challa as an honorary way to uplift the work Chadwick Boseman has done and created. So I give him props for that. I give him props for at least being consistent. But it does sting a little bit. So eventually, with the black leading character, that was the first black superhero in Marvel Comics. But most respectful for the side character in Star Wars that y'all just found out about in a couple of episodes. Do you see the imbalance there? And some people might say, well, the characters aren't the same. Well, if the characters aren't the same, why are they, the difference in the respect is a little. So you show more respect to a supporting character versus a leading influential character? And it's just funny to me that when you look at the comments, all on social media, all on the Twitters, all on the TikTok, whatever. You talk about recast Balin, everybody's like, yeah, respect Balin, yeah, recast. It's all good then. So I just wanted to give a quick shout out to IGN because I wholeheartedly agree. I do think that one of the most respectful things to do for a character and a deceased actor is to recast. Why? Because recasting allows that actor to become part of a legacy. Recasting allows for a character to remain in the social consciousness and remain relevant for years. If Star Wars never reboots, and if Star Wars keeps going, for all we know, Balin Skull can keep being a character that just keeps on popping up. Why? Because they are eventually going to recast. How nice for Ray Stevenson. How nice that people will learn Ray Stevenson's name because of the character of Balin Skull. How nice is that? Anyway, I just wanted to bring that to y'all attention. I just thought it was interesting. So, do you agree that Balin Skull should be recasted? Do you think that it is the most respectful thing to do? Whatever you think, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Matthew, what you got? Yeah, the DP link. Yes, that's right. The Deadpool link indeed. Thank you so much for that. Let's see here. Cal Payne. If you read the comics, Leslie Uggams as Blind Al is the most Deadpool thing ever. I have to read. I have not read that. I will have to check that out. But thank you so much for the recommendation. I appreciate it. Shogun, what you got? Um, ah, about Balin. Is it Ray's legacy more anymore if somebody else plays the character? Um, what do you mean by that? If is it Ray's legacy anymore if somebody else is play? I mean, you gonna keep the legacy, right? You know, like recasting don't mess up nobody's legacy. You know, if anything, recasting only bolsters because it adds you to the actual thing. Oh, I answered it already. Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Okay, there you go. Then we all good. We all good. Thank you so much for the contribution. But yeah, no, I mean, recasting adds to people. It makes people part of a legacy. You know, like people know Adam West because he's part of the long line of Batman. You know, like people know Christopher Reeve because he's in a long line of Superman. You ain't seen Christopher Reeve in 20, 30 years, but you know his name. His name keeps popping up whenever Superman comes into the conversation because role has been recast. It doesn't matter if it's been in canon. It doesn't matter if it's in the same cinematic universe. Nobody cares about that. You only care about, oh, that's Superman. Oh, that's Superman. Oh, that's Batman. That's Batman. That's all that matters. And it stays in the public conscious that way. But thank you so much, Shogun. I appreciate you. Chris, what you got? Stall, gotta run and get a pack of Newports. Be right back. All right, so we got a stall here for Chris while he goes out. No, I don't have nothing. Don't worry. You do we have anything? We got some BS we could talk about. Go ahead. Go get. Hey, you know what? When you go to bring me back let me get a bottle of apple juice and I have no business eating this, but bring me back a honey bun. I really should not eat a honey bun, but I ain't have a honey bun in at least 10 years, maybe 12. I have not had a honey bun. Bring me back a gas station honey bun. I appreciate you. Thanks, bro. I was just playing. Anthony, what you got? His name is not Hugh Jackman. It's Hugh Jackman. Fine, because it works. it's applicable because my man's been getting back in the gym. He's been doing his thing. So you're not wrong. You are not wrong at all. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Let's see here. All right. Y'all want to talk about some drama? Just some nonsense. I feel like we could do that. We ain't had no drama in a minute, right? But let's not go to any old regular drama. Let's go to some aqua drama. You know, some DC aqua mess. Oh my gosh. To say that DC has been a mess would be a huge understatement. I feel like we have this conversation almost weekly. You know, if it ain't this, it's that. If it ain't the Flash, it's Aquaman. If it ain't Aquaman, it's some director crying about the Snyder cut or this Ayer cut or some cut that just didn't get cut the way that they wanted it cut. It's always something. Somebody lying on somebody. Somebody told me I was going to be in the movie. Then they lied and said that wasn't the case. Then they said I was recast and I couldn't be in the role. And now I ain't in the movie no more. And boy, DC got me tired. I'm just tired with DC. I'm so tired. This is why I be looking forward to James Gunn because I'm like, just do something. I don't even think James Gunn stuff is going to be great. I just wanted to start so we can just get the ball rolling. Because dang, I'm so tired. So, with that said, we got some aqua mess for y'all. Some aqua mess. Whew. All right. So apparently, y'all know that you had the whole Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial happen. And when that whole thing happened, it had a ripple effect. One of the biggest ripple effects from the whole Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing is Amber Heard got dragged. I mean, my goodness. I'm not even an Amber Heard fan like that, but I started being like, y'all gotta stop. She already dead. Like y'all done beat this girl into the ground in terms of publicly, right? And I'm not endorsing violence, but her reputation has been dragged through the mud. Okay. And one thing that has been problematic is the fact that again, it's always been like DC baggage, right? Like DC still has to deal with the fact that she's part of their Aquaman movie. Aquaman did make $1 billion, and it is what it is, right? So, with that said, there was a during the trial, during the Johnny Depp trial, there apparently was like documentation from Amber Heard's therapist. And these were, I mean, honestly, I don't really know why this would even be public record, but I don't believe it was made. I don't believe they used it in the court case, like her private conversations with her therapist. Personally, I don't think, unless somebody's life is on the line, I don't think anybody should be sharing that kind of stuff. But it seems like the information from that actually made it out, and it caused some problems because it revealed some things that WB probably did not want to be revealed. So let's get into it. It says here that Johnny Depp fans paid the court fees for the release of documents from Heard's therapist. Yikes. Yikes. Y'all came together. Not y'all, but the other y'all. Y'all came together just to pay for these documents. Okay. Here's one thing that came about this. It said here, according to the notes from Amber Heard's therapy session, an allegedly intoxicated Jason Momoa dressed up like Johnny Depp and pushed to have her fired. Jason, according to her, Jason said he wanted me fired. Jason, drunk, was late on set, dressing like Johnny, had all the rings too. What? What? Okay. All right. So she's saying that for whatever reason, Jason Momoa showed up drunk on set. How does one dress up like Johnny Depp? I don't know. Now, I did read a little bit more. I'm not going to go into it's a long article. But just in fairness, Momoa and his reps his reps declined all of that. They was like he wasn't dressed up like Johnny Depp. He was just dressed up like his good old Samoan self or whatever. I don't know, whatever attire that he wears. So it was not an attempt to do that. Now, I always feel as though there's a little truth in there somewhere. Maybe she heard something. Maybe he said something in a joke. Maybe he implied something. I I don't know Amber Heard, but I like to believe that people are quicker to misinterpret things rather before they just make stuff up out of thin air, right? So it's easier to take something and be like, "Oh, I think you meant this," versus what lie can I come up with today? What bold-faced lie that don't have no basis in none can I just make up today? I know you dressed up like Johnny and you tried to get me fired. I feel like maybe I feel like there's something in the middle there. There's something in the middle. Um, but it didn't stop there, of course. There's more drama. The therapy session also painted a picture of Amber Heard feeling unsupported by the film's director, James Wan, and treated like a pariah because of her high profile legal battles with her ex husband. James Wan, this is Amber's notes. This is her notes. He raised his voice at me. I can't even post about Aquaman. Made it like it was my fault. I said, I'm sorry. Now, this, I don't know how. I don't know if I'm gonna take this completely at face value. He raised his voice at me. First of all, you sound like somebody that's never been disciplined in your life. I'm just saying. He raised his voice. Let me tell you something. I was raised in a Haitian household. When my friends would come over, they would sit here and be like, Emmanuel, why are your parents yelling? Why are they so loud? And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, this is normal. What do you mean? And then when I go over their house, I'd be like, hey man, bro, why is everybody whispering? He was like, bro, that's normal talking voice. So the reason why I bring that up is because if you think that it's even a surprise or a thing for someone to raise their voice at you, you ain't never been grounded. You definitely ain't never been spanked. What they do to you when you was a kid? You ain't never had no type of discipline in your life if you could recognize raised voices. Anyway, you mean to tell me you've been working this long in Hollywood and nobody has raised their voice at all? I'm just doing this live with y'all. How many times did I raise my voice? Now, I'm not mad or nothing, but I'm just saying, like, everybody got to be peaceful and calm with you? Like, what do you mean? She was like, I'm sorry, whatever. Like, I feel like just, it sounds like she's coming off as one of those types of people that just don't like conflict. They like any type of conflict. You could be like, Amber, why'd you do that? Stop yelling at me. Like, yo, chill out, lady. Chill out. Like, chill out. I just want to know why you took that instead of this. That's all I want. I'm sorry. Anyway. So I don't care about that. That just sounds spoiled, in my opinion. And I do feel for them because, I bet you the director probably was sitting here like, damn, man, yo, stupid case with Johnny Depp. Like, nobody could talk about Aquaman because y'all saw the moment Aquaman news came out, what trended right after that? Fire Amber Heard. Everything that was negative to Amber Heard, you couldn't say 2 words about Aquaman without, boom, that coming right up. So it is what it is. So we got some more. And yet it says Heard was almost fired, nearly fired. Sources on both sides tell Variety. The studio and James Wan decided to drop the actress from the sequel due to her lack of chemistry with Jason Momoa and sent a letter to her attorney informing him of its decision. Whoa. Now, in case y'all didn't know, Walter Hamada, one of the former DC bosses, he actually talked about that. He did mention that there was an issue of chemistry between her and Jason Momoa and all of that. And the only reason why I think that that's straight up cap is because in the trailer to Aquaman, you literally see him with a baby. Where that baby come from? Where that baby come from? And y'all just gonna cut the scenes, and so we just not gonna know. You just boom show up with a baby, whatever. But here was some other interesting news about the whole issue of her almost getting fired. Warner Brothers never fired Amber Heard from Aquaman 2 because her former boyfriend, Elon Musk, y'all boy, had one of his litigators send a scorched earth letter threatening to burn the house down if the actress wasn't brought back for a sequel. Oh, must be nice to have friends in high places. Damn. I mean, if a billionaire's lawyer has got your back, if that ain't job security, I don't know what is. So it sounds like whatever scenes that she does still have in the movie, they probably keeping her at the bare minimum just so that they don't get sued or fired, or I don't know. But yikes. That's a lot to have a billionaire's lawyer coming at you like that. Now, there was some other news here. The two pieces of news, and these aren't like earth shattering or anything. But and we've talked about this too. It did mention how Amanda Waller, played by Viola Davis, will be coming back. And John Cena as Peacemaker will be coming back. The report mentions how Jason Momoa might not be coming back as Aquaman in James Gunn's new version. And rather, you could be seeing something a little bit different. And the that's good. I do want to get that. Instead of Jason Momoa coming back as Aquaman, according to this, he could be coming back as Lobo. Which I've been saying. How long have I been saying Lobo? I know I've been saying this for years. So, yes, it says here Momoa may not come back, but he is in talks to play Lobo. But in addition to this, while the main man is coming, none of Zack Snyder's people are coming back. Ben Affleck, Henry Cavill, Gal Gadot, Ezra, none of them are coming back. And you know what? Fine. I'm very, very okay with it. I don't need Gal Gadot to be Wonder Woman. I'm fine with her playing it, but I don't need it. I'm very okay with Ben Affleck moving on. It's fine. Batman's literally come a dime a dozen. We already got a new Superman. Whatever. Henry Cavill light. I don't care. Y'all house is already a mess. At this point, just come up with a new crew, put a couple of good movies together, buy up some cachet, and we'll work it out. But the last thing y'all need is prominent faces like Affleck, like Cavill, like Gadot. You don't want these prominent faces to come back because you already know what's going to happen. Y'all going to get heckled by that small minority that's super loud on the Twitters and all the social medias that don't never show up to support the movies. Not enough anyway. So I'm very okay with the fact that they're just not going to come back. They might come back in, hey, we do a multiverse thing, Crisis on Infinite. Okay, that's cool. That's fun. All right. But we don't need you to start the franchise over. It's cool. Move on. Go do your own things. Zack Snyder's already moved on. He's doing his Rebel Moon thing. Good for him. It's okay. Start over. Start fresh, please. There was this other point here that I thought was kind of interesting, just for the people that like to know the inner workings. It says here, unlike the Marvel Disney relationship, where Marvel controls the creative process and Disney Plus merely releases the content, HBO Max is creatively involved with the DC slate. Gunn and Safran don't enjoy the same autonomy as Kevin Feige. That's really interesting to me. Now, it does say here that the collaboration between the DC team and the HBO Max team, it has been seamless. So, that's a pretty good thing. And this does include the upcoming Penguin series that's coming out too. But I just thought that was kind of interesting that even though Gunn and Safran together are kind of like Kevin Feige and they have their own studio, they don't have the certain say-so of what comes out or what happens on HBO Max. They still have to work with them, but they don't control that. So that's actually kind of interesting. Personally, if I was Zaslav, I'd be like, look, let one department take care of everything. If you're going to have DC, studios be a whole thing and they control everything related to it, they need to control what happens over there. But we also understand that, WB don't even make a lot of sense. They don't make no sense with a lot of things. I think one thing here also said that yeah, it might not even be WB for long. It says some on the lot are convinced that another company, probably Universal, will buy Warner Brothers within just 2 years, making recent DC subplots and upheavals feel quaint. But here's my thing, because some people are saying, hey, if Universal buys up WB, then bring back the Snyderverse. First of all, stop it. Please stop it. Please stop it. No company in their right mind is going to buy up a company that they can afford to buy and say, hey, you know what's going to be good? Let's continue doing your losing strategy. Why would they do that? And some people are thinking, oh, this is great. If Universal comes in and buys up WB, let's say within 2 years, that's right before Superman Legacy, this is great. That means we can finally fire James Gunn. Because for whatever reason, some people have this weird hard on for hating James Gunn. I don't get it, but whatever. If I was a new company buying up WB and y'all finally have something that is starting from scratch, why would I stop that? What idea could Universal possibly have that's any better than you just got the guy that had a successful TV series with Peacemaker? You had this guy that made an $800 million something movie with Marvel on top of other movies that were successful. You have an experienced producer. Why would you mess that up? And you don't even know if it's going to work or not. Why would some other company come in and stop James Gunn from doing what he's doing when he's literally trying to undo the damage that was done before? It makes no sense. So I really think that even if WB does get bought out, they still gonna be able to like keep going with James Gunn stuff. Because why would you break that? It makes no sense to break it up. I don't care what other ideas they have. But anyway, that's it for the Aqua drama. I think we're all up to it. Yeah, I think we're up to it. But yeah, what did y'all think about all the nonsense going on in DC that has been revealed? Are y'all excited for Aquaman 2? We got a trailer. It looks shiny. They threw some shiny things in the trailer, right? You know, y'all had some water and stuff. What do y'all think about it? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. All right, let's go with Larry, what you got? Also, best potential porn star name ever, Hugh Ackman. Also, what is that shirt? Missed the beginning, so sorry if it's already explained. Oh man, come on now. This shirt right here, this is He Who Remains, you know, from the Good Times, you know, because he was their savior and all that. So this is from Loki, mostly a little original design by yours truly. But the link is in the description if you are interested in purchasing. Let's see, Didier, what you got? Growing up Haitian is like that Samuel L. Jackson skit on Chappelle. I'm not yelling. That's just the way I talk. This is accurate, brother. And I know you know. This is accurate. Like, this is just the way life is. This just is, you know. Like to this day, people still be like, why is your dad always yelling? He's just talking. He's just talking. He's not yelling. He's just talking. Thank you so much, Diddy. I appreciate you. Anthony, I doubt he dressed like JD to annoy. I think that's just his regular. And she was venting to her therapist that it reminded her of Johnny Depp. There is something seriously wrong with the fact that her private therapy was made public. Totally agree on all of those points. And yeah, I don't, again, it's one side of the story. So it's kind of like there's probably so many other things. The interpretations were probably off or whatever. But yes, I'm here for that. I totally agree with all of that. Thank you so much. And it definitely is problematic. Like, you know, y'all know I'm a big advocate for mental health. Like, go talk to a therapist. It's not going to sit here and make you look bad. It's not going to make you look dumb. It's to help you. If you can go to the doctor for a checkup, your mind can also go get some help. So I have always been behind that, but come on now. What goes into therapy needs to stay in therapy. The only exception is like, you go in there like, hey, doc, I feel like killing a whole bunch of kids today. Okay, you got to go to the police. Like, you got to go to jail. Like, that's the one time I'd be like, you putting other people in harm? Nah, G, give up them notes right now. We got to process that person. But, outside of that, it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate you. Larry, back at it. So it's also McDowell. Yeah, weird McDonald's connection. Yeah, I mean, it's good times, but my man is McDowell as well. But yes, thank you for that. Good catch. Good catch. Back at it. I love the Snyderverse, but get how unruly some of the fans can be, hoping for a resolution via multiverse or Elseworlds one day. I think The Rock actually spilled the beans. He said multiverse stuff. Now, maybe, but I'm also here for the clean reboot. I don't think they need to do multiverse. I think that at this point, they've run it into the ground so much. If they just start over, people will just be like, whatever, let's see what happens. But I've told y'all this, even with Superman coming out, even with their little TV shows, it's Batman. Y'all gotta wait for Batman. If Batman is dope, everything will be fine. I feel like if y'all can get Batman dope, it's gonna be fine. And from what the reports are saying, a lot of the stuff going on with Superman Legacy is that they're throwing a bunch of characters in there, so it seems like we're going to get an already established world where superheroes already exist. Superman's already been doing his thing, and we just gonna hit the ground running. That's what it sounds like. The rumors were that Lobo could be showing up in in Superman Legacy. Amanda Waller might show up in Superman Legacy. We already had like all this other cast members. Green Lanterns are gonna show up. So maybe they make quick cameos. Maybe it's like another file briefcase, and we find out there are other metas out there. Whatever it is, Superman is definitely going to set things up where I feel like we could go in there and just be like, all right, we know what it is. Let's roll. Let's roll. But thank you so much, Larry. I always appreciate the contributions and support. All right. Here we go. We might as well get this out the way. Y'all girl. She's back. Jada Pinkett Shakur Alcina Smith is back. I feel as though the weirdest thing when it comes to Jada is the fact that I don't go checking for her. Not like that, right? Like I literally mind my business. And I look at my Google searches. And for at least since the slap, I've never typed in Jada Pinkett. Like, I mean, maybe during some red table talks here and there, maybe. But like, I'm not actively trying to be in their business. But why do I feel as though like we get made known their business way more than we want? I'm like, why do I know more about your marriage that I was not really looking to know more about? So I'm gonna go into this topic, and I know y'all been beat to death with this because I'm sure Jada been beating y'all to death with all her news and stuff. So we're gonna skim through some of it. We'll talk a little bit about it here and there, and it's primarily because I thought what was interesting was some of the stuff revealed from the slap. I thought that's the primary thing. Now, also full disclosure, um, one thing that I am trying to be fair on is the fact that I read Will Smith. Oh, my wife gets on me. She's like, you didn't read it. You listened to an audiobook. It's the same thing. Read it, hear it. I consumed the literature. So I listened to Will Smith's book, and that gave me a larger, I think, a much better appreciation for what's been going on with Will. It gave me more context of what was going on with this guy that would prompt him to go do what he did on the stage. And I think that it's only fair that now that Jada has a book coming out, it's only fair to, to listen to her side too, right? Because what are we gonna do? Just listen to Will because we like him and he's our favorite actor, and not listen to Jada because we think she's an evil person, or I don't know, whatever the internet is saying. So I am going to actively try to consume the literature of her book, so I can hopefully get both sides, and then I'm sure we'll see what happens after that. But um, I'm sure you guys saw the headlines by now. And in the interviews, because she's done a lot of interviews, one of the interviews, and I think one of the biggest headlines that she came out with, was that her and Will had been separated since 2016. All this time, they had just not been together. Now, again, if that's your business, if that's your marriage, I'm fine with it. I'm not going to judge the fact that y'all couldn't work things out, y'all had things happen, and y'all just separate. I'm okay with that. If that's y'all business, that's y'all marriage, do your thing. She also mentioned how they were not divorced. Okay. You've been separated for 6, 7 years, and you didn't want to get a divorce. Now, according to her, she said that she didn't want to get a divorce because that was a promise that she made to herself, that she just was not going to do divorce. Now, I have seen other people post Will Smith's net worth. I want to say it's like 350 or something like that. And Jada's net worth about like 50 million. Don't quote me on those numbers. And I believe they did not sign a prenup. So, but again, whatever. They decided to operate in their marriage however they wanted to operate. Now, here's the one thing, and here's the thing. I'm going to say some things today, and I reserve the right to change my mind later if I feel like it. But I'm just going to tell you what I think. I watched her interview, and the issue that I had was, the interviewer was like, y'all been separated all this time, but in the public face and everything, y'all been acting like y'all been together. And I'm not gonna lie, I thought they were together for the longest too. Now, was that just me? Did y'all think within the last 5, 6, 7 years, did y'all think that they were ever truly separated? Did y'all think that? Now, the reason why I bring this up is because in the interview, Jada also said, we just didn't know how to bring it out to everybody. Okay. But at the same time, you juggled with this for 6 to 7 years of how do we tell the public we're not together? You juggled that for 6 to 7 years. In between that time, you had a whole entanglement. Now, Will also went and did his dirt too, right? Now, they're not technically cheating because they were separated, but y'all was out doing other things that eventually came to light. And all I'm saying is you guys kept this persona up as if you were still alive together. But at the same time, every time you opened up the red table, every time you got on TV, we're here to be transparent. We're here to tell the truth. We're here to do it. Then why didn't y'all just like? So for me, as someone who again was not looking for this information, I feel a little manipulated. I'm just like, look, I wasn't looking for this. Y'all kept shoving it down our public throats. But then when you had the opportunity for 7 years to just let us know, we're just not together. Why didn't you do that? Y'all had a whole red table talk about an entanglement, but you couldn't just say we're just not together. What they say, we ride together, we die together, bad marriage for life. That made me think y'all was still together. So all I'm saying is, I don't like the back and forth for the information I wasn't looking for. I mean, if you're gonna shove information in my face, can I get it? Can I just get the real info? So, because of the whole thing with because of the whole thing of them being separated, Jada also went out and let everybody know in this interview that because they were separated for 7 years, because they were not acting like husband and wife, even though they were letting us feel as though they were, when Will did his big slap and said those infamous words, keep my wife's name out your mouth, Jada said that she was taken back. And she looked at it like, wait a minute. What do you, wife? Me? Who are you talking about? She was shocked because he called her and referred to her as his wife. So, again, I feel like the lack of transparency, and it seems like both of them have just been confused, have just added to more public frustration. Because every time I look at people's opinions, and I'll be reading some of these things here too in the chat, it seems like people are more frustrated with Jada, and they're probably, I don't think they're as frustrated with Will, even though Will, again, he's not perfect in this. He's not without his flaws here either. But I can understand the frustration with Jada because it feels like double talk. It feels like she'll say one thing and then be like, "Oh no, that's not what I meant. I meant this. Oh no. We were, and it's like, yo, come on now. Like, you're as transparent as mud at this point, you know." And I think even in the interview, she went on the Today Show and was like, "Yeah, me and Will have not been together since, for 7 years. Listen to what we have not been together for 7 years." Then she had to come back onto the Today Show the next day and was like, "Oh no, but we're trying to work on things. We're working on it. We're still married." Yeah, like, is there a disconnect in the language? Because I've never seen someone as a public figure with access to publicists and professionals that can help you with it. I've never seen somebody confuse people so much with their messaging like that. And I'm not saying she's doing it, ill-willed. I'm not saying she's doing it in like in a negative way. It's just that, like, I'm just curious. How come you don't get it yet? How come you're not aware of how you speak publicly? And you've been a public figure for a long time. This ain't your first rodeo. Like, you're not aware of how you say things and how they come back. Like, it don't register. Anyway, the other thing that was interesting was she talked about the slap when it came to Chris Rock, right? She talked about the joke. Now, here's one thing that was mentioned. It says, was Jada Pinkett offended by Chris Rock's joke? She said, I mean, that's what comedians do. I'm not really here to make any judgment on how people decide to express themselves and express their art. Being in the spotlight, it comes with the territory. First of all, cap. Now, this is what I'm talking about with doublespeak. So she's over here talking about, I'm not going to judge it. I'm not going to do this. Okay. All right. Fine. Cool. Fine. In the interview, she also mentioned how when the joke first landed, right? And y'all remember the joke. It was just basically like, hey, how's G.I. Jane 2 gonna be? Right? He was obviously making fun of the fact that she had a short haircut. If you've seen G.I. Jane, she also had to do a short haircut. That's all it was, right? In the interview, Jada said, because they asked her what was going through your mind when Chris made the joke, because your face got real serious, right? She was like, oh, yeah, that's what comedians do. Ha ha ha. Yeah, but that's not what your face said. Your face said, you mother, you mother, do. That's what your face said. Did y'all hear what she actually said in the interview? She said at that time when Chris Rock made that joke, she said, I was only thinking about alopecia because she suffers from alopecia. That's why she has short hair. I was thinking of all the people that suffered from alopecia and how could Chris make fun of alopecia in that moment? Stop it. Even my wife, we was watching this thing together. Even my wife was like, girl, stop. You mean to tell me when you are on television at an award ceremony and a comedian is on stage and he's talking to you and he makes a joke about you, the first thought in your mind is all the people that have alopecia. That's what you was thinking at that moment? Stop. 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 So I understand the frustration people have when she talks. I get it. I'm not going to throw Jada under no bus. I'm just saying I understand where this is coming from. I get it. Because ain't no way somebody going to talk to me, call me a name. Hey, Emmanuel, you got a big head. And I'm going to sit here and be like, I can't believe they called all the black men in the world big heads. I cannot believe that happened. Never mind the fact you called me a big head. I got to think about all the black men with all the black heads in the what? Who thinks like that? When I tell you people be so tired of whatever she talked about. Did y'all see this other interview where she said that Tupac proposed to her while she was in jail? This is another thing. I'm like, why don't you? She keeps talking about how her friendship with Tupac was so special and this and that. But like, and maybe I haven't gotten to this part of the book. I haven't gotten there in the book yet. But I feel as though, like, at some point, even if you're separated or whatever, you got to have some sort of boundaries in a relationship. You know, I think the comedian was Earthquake, I think. And it's a clip that y'all could look up. And this man brought up a really good point, I think, to the point of it's one thing if you had a great relationship with Tupac, we get it. That's fine, right? Will can't help the fact that you knew Tupac before him. He can't help that. That it is what it is. But the fact that you got your little kids, Willow, crying, writing letters to Tupac because he made mommy sad or whatever after the fact, after this man died, something's wrong with that. Some boundaries were not established. There is no way in hell my kids would ever, first of all, I'm not going to do it, but I'm just saying, my kids would never hear about me like mourning or complaining or talking about an ex that I had, anyone outside they mama. Are you kidding me? I'm just saying there's a certain level of respect that I would have that my spouse would get from me. That's just wild to me. That's wild to me. But here's some funny things. You know, when we think about the slap and we go back and you know that this was according to Jada, she didn't really know what Will was doing. And by the way, Will went off and did what he did on his own volition. That was not Jada's fault. That was all on Will. I told y'all, Will been dealing with some stuff on his own. So him slapping Chris Rock was on him. However, it seems like there was a little bit more that did not get known to the public at the time. Now, we knew that in what was it? I think the 2016 Oscars or something like that. We knew that during that set, Chris Rock made a joke about Jada Pinkett, who was boycotting the Oscars. And he was like, "You boycotting the Oscars and they didn't even invite you. Like, what are you talking about?" Okay, fine. Everybody, ha ha ha. Now we thought that that's where the beef was, and all this time Will had it out because he was, he cracked one too many jokes about Jada. Come to find out, there was more to the story that we just now finding out. Because according to Jada, apparently Chris Rock asked her out while her and Will Smith were having some issues. So I'll give you the brief about the story. Basically, there were some rumors at the time that Will and Jada were getting a divorce. There was rumors about it. And Chris wasted no time. My man said, "Doop, doop, doop. What up, Jada? I'd love to take you out one day." And Jada was like, "Wait a minute, Chris, what are you talking about?" He was like, "Aren't you and Will getting a divorce? Like, aren't y'all divorced?" And she was like, "No, that was just a rumor. No, we're not getting divorced." Now, to be fair, Chris did say he profusely apologized. This man was so sorry. He was like, "I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought y'all was divorced. I'm sorry." Couple of things there. I know I would feel some type of way if one of my friends, one of my colleagues, somebody I knew closely tried to holler at my wife the moment he thought we were not together. You give me a reason. Give me a reason. Oh, was it a joke? That's my reason. Smack. Now, of course, this is according to Jada. This is according to her. But I would be willing to bet money that Will Smith was also made aware that Chris tried to holler at me because he thought that we was divorced. I would believe it. I would believe it. It would make sense to me that got pent up in Will. And he was like, "So first you crack a joke at the other Oscars. Now you crack another joke and you think I forgot about that phone call. You know what? Smack. I feel like all these things were built up." Speaking of Will, I feel for this guy because honestly, I have no real idea what's going on with them. I root for them. I root for marriage. I root for anyone that is going through things in their marriage because marriage is work. Like it's a work of love, in my opinion. It's not easy, but it is a work of love. And it's just one of those things that it's worth it if you're with the right person, right? And Will apparently feels like it's worth it because he is back in Jada like nobody's business. And according to her, she said that the slap reaffirmed her marriage to Will Smith, even though, they've been separated and all that. She said this though to him that I was like, I'm riding with you. I didn't come into this place as your wife, but I'm leaving here as your wife because we got a storm we're going to have to deal with together. I'm not going to leave your side. And at the same time, Will calls his relationship with Jada a sloppy public experiment in unconditional love. He says here, I just really wanted to come out and just be here and hold it down for you the way you have held it down for me. We have a very, very long and tumultuous relationship. We call it brutiful. He added, it was brutal and beautiful at the same time. Our union is a sloppy public experiment. It's a sloppy public experiment in unconditional love. As I stand here before you today, I'm happier than I've ever been in my life. Okay. I have achieved every single thing I ever wanted in my life. There is not one thing left that I desire in this world. All of the awards, all of the money, the family, everything I've ever dreamed, largely built on the foundation of Jada's sacrifices. Can you show up and love somebody for the rest of your life, even when you don't agree with them? Jada is the best friend I have ever had on this planet. I'm going to show up for her and support her for the rest of my life. Now, Willard, brother, who you trying to convince? I'm just saying. It sounds like you trying to convince yourself more so than other people. Just saying. Just going on. I mean, I wasn't there. I didn't hear it. But all of this sounds like you trying to convince yourself. And if that is the case, all power to you, bro. All power to you. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Oh, man. I think I heard some rumors that potentially they will be dropping a book together or something. Like they both are going to write a book now that we got Will's side, now we got Jada's side, and I guess we're gonna find out some other things. I don't know. Maybe they sold crack together while they knew Tupac. At this point, I don't know. I don't know. I would rather them just get their lives together, and when they're ready, you can make an announcement and go away. I'll still show up for your movies. I will. But I don't care about the ins and outs of y'all relationship that much. I want y'all to get better. I want everybody to get better. But come on now. Like let us breathe. Let us live. We don't need it. We tired. My friend was saying, like, yo, everybody is tired of Jada. Will is tired. The world is tired. Chris Rock is tired. Listen, Willow is tired. Jaden is tired. We all tired. Anyway, what do y'all think about all the shenanigans with the Smiths, the Pinkett Smiths, and all of them? What do you think? Whatever you think, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Because good God, there's a lot. All right, let's get some of these here. Nisi, I missed you last week, but the Changeling ended, and I was so disappointed. You were right, Nisi. I am so sorry that you had to endure that. I did the best I could to warn everybody. I don't listen. Let me tell y'all something. Life is short, and I am a very big believer that your time means a lot. So I will do the best I can to help y'all not waste your time. I will sacrifice some of my life to watch some of these things. So hopefully y'all don't have to. And I'm sorry I came up short there. But yeah, I mean, but sometimes, you got to see it for yourself, right? Yeah, Changeling on Apple, whack. Not good. I want to be Lovecraft Country that never can be. Thank you so much, Nisi. I appreciate you though. Let's see. Ray, what you got? I need Jada to stop talking. Leave Will alone. Listen, they both need to walk away. And if they're gonna repair each other, that's fine. Just do it privately. You know, and here's the other thing. Let me also make this clear. If y'all want to be weird, you know, I know there was all these rumors about, ooh, Will is actually this and Jada actually did, and they got an open relationship. Listen, if that's true, imagine this. And y'all tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong here. Imagine if Will and Jada came out and said, hey, y'all, I'm LGBTQ. We have an open relationship. We're separated, but we still gonna be married. Do you think anybody would care after that? Because I don't think anyone would care. I feel like people would just be like, dang, I knew it. Oh well, what's for lunch? I mean, how many times do we hear about celebrities having awkward or weird relationships and we just give it a pass because we're like, that's just celebrities? Nobody would care. I don't think anyone would really care, but because of their weird communication or lack thereof, they leave all the speculation and rumors flying around, and that creates more stuff. Whereas if y'all really just wanted to live y'all lives, just say whatever and move on, and we'd all be fine. Ugh. Anyway, thank you. Matthew, what you got? Opens Google, Jada Pinkett Smith in my Dory voice. Just keep scrolling. Just keep scrolling. Yes, yes. That listen, that is exactly what you got to do. Just like Dora, just keep on scrolling because you don't want all that mess. You don't want them headaches. You just don't. Bakers, come through with the live. Yes, yes. Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate you. We back in action. We back in this. JN, as a DMV native, witchcraft is popular in Baltimore City. Wow. And I'm pretty sure Jada is a witch. Scarlet Witch has nothing on Miss Pinkett. Now, I will say this. I don't know if she's a witch, but I do recall at least listening to, I want to say, the first chapter of her book, and she was just like, she's open to a lot of things. So I'm of the opinion that you can believe whatever you want to believe, but I feel that when you do open yourself up to too many things or too many truths, it becomes problematic. I think you open up too many doors and you don't know what you're gonna let in. That's my personal belief. But yeah, I don't think that she's afraid to walk down many paths at once. I don't think she has a problem with that. Again, I don't know if she's a witch or not. I'm not gonna claim that, but she's very open from what I could tell from the book anyway. Anthony, time for a new episode of my favorite reality show, Keeping Up with the Smiths. It feels like that's what they might as well just do. I mean, if you're going to make money off of this, you might as well just do that. At least we can get some entertainment out of it because this is frustrating. Baker, I'm over Jada Tupac August Smith. She talks too much. Listen, yes, but I'm also of the opinion at this point, if this is what she got to do to get it out, just get it out. Like you just turned 50. Get it out. So like, ain't it time to retire? Like, ain't can't, y'all not good yet? Retire. Just be good. Y'all can move on. Come on. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Anthony, now this is a story all about how Will's life got entangled all around. And I like to take a minute, just sit right there, and I'll tell you all about how I became the big dummy of Bella, you big dummy. Thank you so much. That was very, very well put. Appreciate that. Didier, I feel like if someone asked them both to blink if you're being held hostage, your boy will, against their will, they both would blink. They might, but then again, I don't know if they'd even know how to tell the truth with that, because they it feels like they're both trapped in holding on to a reality that they've created for themselves that might not be the most realistic or practical, but they're trying to make a way to make it work, if that even makes sense. But anyway, I don't know if we're gonna get that. I don't know. Jay Bling, let's see, reply Smiths. I don't care. I understand. I really, really do. I get it. Ty, thank you coming through with the super sticker. I missed the Ty super stickers. Thank you so much. Always coming through in the clutch. Anthony, back at it. They probably won't get divorced because it costs too much to have lawyers split up their assets. That could be a very good reason. Yeah. I mean, again, Will has made more money. So, and if it is true that they don't have a prenup, that could be, listen, money can make people act real funny, So I would not be surprised if that's part of the reason. I would not be surprised. 60 plus, thank you so much. They don't act like black people. We don't like folks all in our business. I mean, you're not terribly wrong. You're not terribly wrong. Like this idea of how open and forthcoming they are can be a little, it feels a little awkward. Feels a little awkward, So I will grant that. All right. Golly, I told y'all this is gonna be a live. We haven't even gotten to Loki. We have not even gotten to that yet. Oh man, it's gonna be a long night. All right, let's get on. We got a couple more topics to get to here. Anybody seen Chris come back yet? I could use that honey bun right about now. I'm just saying, I could. Your boy needs a little something. But anyway, let's go on. The show must go on. Now, this was something that came out last week. Daredevil apparently needs some big changes. I think that once it was announced that Daredevil was going to come over, after the rights on Netflix expired, and we saw Daredevil and Spider-Man No Way Home. We saw Daredevil and She-Hulk. People, I think, got excited to be like, okay, Daredevil's coming back. Now, even if you were excited to see Daredevil come back, who, by the way, probably had one of the best live action TV shows ever for Marvel on Netflix. There was some apprehension. There was some concern. I mean, we saw in She-Hulk, he came back and he wasn't as violent as he was before. It was kind of toned down. It was like a little bit more jokey, and people were kind of like, do we really want Disney handling this? And they did get rid of their entire cast and crew, like, well, except for the main characters. Like the main, Charlie Cox is back, Vincent D'Onofrio's back, but Foggy, not so much. Karen, not so much. So there are some things to be excited about that he's back into the MCU, but there are also things to be concerned about. Like, what do you do when you had a show that's been better than anything you've done? I think Daredevil on Netflix is better than Loki. I think it's better than WandaVision. I think it's better than almost anything Marvel Studios has made on their end in terms of TV. That's a lot. That's a tall order to live up to. It's a really tall order to live up to that level of hype and expectation. But with that said, with those big expectations, it seems like Marvel has hit a very big bump in the road. And that bump in the road is causing Marvel to pause, go back to the drawing board. Because according to this report, Daredevil is going to hit a huge reset button, and Marvel is due for some big changes as they overhaul their TV business. So let's kind of go through this article. It says fewer than half of the series of 18 episodes have been shot, but it was enough for Marvel executives, including the chief Kevin Feige, to basically pull the brakes on Daredevil. Marvel quickly let go and fired Chris Ord and Matt Corman, and also released the directors for the show. And now the studio is on the hunt for new writers and directors for the project. Yikes. It said here it didn't commission pilots, so no pilot episodes were done, but instead shot entire $150 million plus seasons of TV on the fly. It didn't hire showrunners, but instead depended on film executives to run the series. It relied on post-production and reshoots to fix what was not working. Woo. First of all, y'all, I don't know if y'all saw them, but we posted this a long time ago. They already shot footage. They already shot episodes for Daredevil, Born Again. How do y'all get that far? And y'all didn't realize that this thing was trash? Y'all did y'all spent all that time and money. There's a bigger problem. But we're gonna keep going. We'll keep going. And it says here that, basically the model that they were using was shoot first, fix it in post production later. I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I've told y'all that this was the same thing that Marvel's been doing for years, especially when it came to film. Y'all remember all those people? You can't recast, you can't make changes because it's in post production. It's already wrapped. Once it's in post production, you can't do anything. And I've told y'all, shut up, because you don't know what you're talking about. Because Marvel continuously changes things all the way until the very last day, the last day that it goes up on the big screen. They edit and change and flip and do whatever they want to do until the very last minute. But it seems like that model ain't been working, at least not for TV. It says Marvel series have recently faced a number of creative challenges and cries of diminishing returns from critics and audience metrics, causing a major shift at the studio to make TV shows more traditional. We're trying to marry the Marvel culture with the traditional television culture. Sources say that the old writers, they crafted a legal procedural that did not resemble the Netflix version, known for its action and violence. Charlie Cox didn't even show up in costume until the fourth episode. Marvel, after greenlighting the concept, found itself needing to rethink the original intention of the show. Marvel plans to keep some scenes and episodes through, though other serialized elements will be injected. Wait a minute. Wait a hot doggone minute. You mean to tell me y'all was about to give us a Daredevil series, and for 4 episodes, which means, because this is probably going to come out weekly, for a whole month, this man was never going to get in costume? And y'all shot footage of this? How did this even make it past the pre-draft of the script? Nobody looked at this? Nobody said, hey, why isn't the superhero from the superhero TV show actually doing superhero things in his superhero costume for 4 episodes? So y'all said, let's go ahead and pay the cast and crew to show up every day to shoot these episodes all the time. And y'all didn't even look at the dang on script to notice that he never even had to touch his costume? And you was going to get that to us? First of all, let me just tell you, we would have lit Marvel's tail up. They would have gotten all the heat, all the smoke. You would have gotten some vape too. If you was going to have us sit here and wait 4 weeks, a whole month, just to see Daredevil, who, by the way, this isn't like a reboot type of thing. You're talking about a character that's not brand new. You're talking about a character that had 3 whole seasons of straight fire. And you was gonna make us sit and wait for 4 weeks until we see him just getting costume? Fire everybody. So, the good news here is that they at least caught it. At least they caught this nonsense before. Now, the thing that troubles me here, and I told y'all this before too, the big problem was the fact that Kevin Feige's been run very thin. Kevin Feige has not been able to keep track of everything. Kevin Feige has not been able to really figure out how to manage everything because he's been spread thin. The guy's all over the place. He's running rampant everywhere because clearly somebody dropped the ball to let this go from, hey, I have a pitch about Daredevil. Oh, okay. Hey, here's the early draft about Daredevil. Oh, okay. Hey, here's the final draft for Daredevil. Sounds good. Hey, let's go ahead and start shooting Daredevil. You got it. Hey, we're halfway through production. Hold on, stop. It's trash. Y'all got that far? So I guess better late than never. So I'm not mad at the fact that at least they caught it and they spared us, because at the very least, I would much rather you catch the fact that you messed up my food and you're going to take a little bit longer to recook my food rather than serving me garbage. I'm at least happy that you're not serving us straight up garbage, because what that sounded like, oh, that was going to be bad. That was going to be very, very bad. Let's see. So what else did they say here? Those who work with Marvel on the TV side have complained of a lack of a central vision that has, according to sources, begun to afflict the studio shows with creative differences and tension. Yikes. Yikes. It says even though the company does not have a writer's first approach to TV, directors could feel shortchanged as well. The whole fix it in post attitude makes it feel like a director doesn't matter sometimes. Marvel stepped outside of its usual staffing approach and brought in outside executives after years of internally promoting creatives who had been sufficiently trained in the Marvel method. This change was felt most severely on Secret Invasion. So, for those of y'all that were wondering, why did Secret Invasion seem like it was cool, but then all of a sudden not so much? Well, if y'all recall, as we were going through the episodes, it was decent. Secret Invasion was building up early on to be one of the better shows. And then all of a sudden, they changed it up. They started bringing people that were not familiar with how Marvel does stuff, and they brought those people in. So that policy, that procedure was terrible. It was just bad. And yes, this does have to go on Kevin Feige. Why? Because you are the one that the buck stops with you, sir. This was it. So it says here Kyle Bradstreet, who I think he did he did Mr. Robot. He was working on Secret Invasion for a year, and then they just replaced him. They just replaced him out of nowhere. So now you could tell why Secret Invasion didn't really work, and some parts did. It says here, as it moves forward, Marvel is making concrete changes in how it makes TV. It now plans to hire showrunners. It would be helpful for its shows to have a creative through line from start to finish. Now, let me explain why that's so important. When you look at a show that, let's say, what is it? Vince Gilliam, the dude that does Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, some of the better shows out there. When you have one showrunner that knows what they want, they see the beginning, the middle, and the end. They know what this show is supposed to be. You're not going to have the ups and downs and the ridiculous stuff. I mean, either the show's going to be good or maybe it's going to be bad, but it's going to be consistent with the vision. But when you sit here and start a show with some people and then you fire them halfway through, you keep what they gave you, then you bring in other people to try and piecemeal it together. Then you try to take that piecemeal Frankenstein show and then you try and fix stuff in post all the way to the last minute. You notice the dip off. You notice the change. You notice how it's just not right. And Marvel was doing that for far too long. But now they're starting to go back to the way TV shows have worked efficiently. I mean, we talked about Watchmen with Damon Lindelof. This guy did Watchmen as the showrunner from beginning to end. And the show is fantastic. Why? Because it's consistent. You know what it is. You got Mike Flanagan, who did Midnight Mass on Netflix, which I love. It's a slow burn, but I like Midnight Mass. It's a horror for y'all scaredy cats. Don't watch it. He also did the Fall of the House of Usher. This guy keeps getting on, or Taylor Sheridan, who does Yellowstone and all those other shows. The reason why these things are successful, not only are they well produced and well written, is because they have a common vision and they have one person that's really focused on how the show should go. You're not going to get like a vision here. 1 minute it's all dark, then the next minute it's all funny, then the next minute it's all this. And no, when you have one person that's dedicated to this property, this vision, now people can be better invested in it. So I think this is a very good thing that they are starting to move forward with a more traditional sense of how to do TV. Now, there's more to this. The studio also plans on having full-time TV execs rather than having executives do both TV and film. Oh, that is so beautiful. It says here, we need executives that are dedicated to this medium, that are going to focus on streaming, focus on television, because they are two different forms. It is also revamping its development process. Showrunners will write pilots and show Bibles. The days of Marvel shooting an entire series like She-Hulk or Secret Invasion and then looking at what's working and what's not are done. This is fantastic news. And just as Loki, the studio plans on leaning into the idea of multi-season serialized TV, stepping away from the limited series format that has defined it. Marvel wants to create shows that run several seasons where characters can take time to develop relationships with the audience rather than feeling as though they're just being set up for another big crossover event. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you. And if you have been watching Loki, I think it's showing that it's proving itself already. Like it's finally showing that, yes, I understand in the beginning, you wanted to have this experiment. You wanted to try this thing with the streaming shows. Sometimes it works, sometimes it just didn't. But at the end of the day, we watch TV shows more likely than not for the story, sounds familiar, and the characters. And Loki season 2 right now is doing exactly that. We're getting Loki, who got developed so beautifully in season 1, and we're getting the character come back with more story, more development, more challenges, and now we're invested. I don't care where Loki goes. I don't care where the storyline takes off. I don't care what gets set up. I am now invested in the character and story of Loki. I want to see a season 3 or a season 4 because the character of Loki and his story, his journey is interesting. I don't care if it sets up secret Kang Dynasty. I don't care. If it does, that's fine, but I'm going to come back to Loki, and that's the way these shows should be. Now, I do let me give Marvel a little credit here because I think sometimes we get lost in the sauce when things go very good and when things get very bad. When things go very well, we get lost and we be like, oh, more. And we take that for granted. And when things go bad, when Marvel starts to put out a couple things that don't work, we start saying, hey, Marvel is done. Comic book movie fatigue. Marvel is trash, right? You see those type of things where people just like more, or you're done, you're finished, you're done. But the thing is, the reality of it is, we've seen what happens when another studio keeps trying to do things that don't work and they don't change. We've seen what that's like. We've seen what that's like for over a decade. But Marvel, on the other hand, the one thing you can say about them, whether you're a hater or a lover about them, they do change. And they have my respect for that. I respect the fact that they're willing to try different things. I respect the fact that when they do mess up, because they're not perfect, when they do mess up, they take the time to figure it out and to try something different. That is literally the least we can ask for from any creative body. Nobody expects perfection. When you give us the good stuff, that's great. When you fail, at least learn from your mistakes and do something better. Just don't keep doing the same verse. I don't want to say it. Don't stick with the same cuts, the same verses. If it doesn't work, try something different. And Marvel, to their credit, has been doing something different. You haven't seen anything like the MCU ever in your life. You haven't seen streaming stuff the way that they've been doing it ever in your life. We've seen them fail. We've seen them rise up and do better. And this, at least, even though I don't like the timing of it, I don't like the fact that it took them this long to figure it out. I respect the fact that they saw something was wrong with Daredevil, something was wrong with how their other shows were performing, and they're willing to change it up. So, you know what, Marvel, you get my respect with that. So, with that said, guys, how do you feel about this news with Daredevil? Does it encourage you that maybe Marvel's going to get their stuff together? Does it worry you that maybe there are more cracks in the armor that we just haven't gotten to yet? Whatever you think, let me know in the comments down below. Oh, and are you optimistic for future Marvel TV series? Whatever you think, let me know. All right, let's grab these. Cool. Yes, I got your honey bun and apple juice. Yes. Thank you, my man Chris. That's what I'm talking about, brother. Thank you. I'm mad because I might actually go get one. I might actually go get it. I don't know. No, I want a pizza. No, I'm gonna get pizza. Yeah, I'm gonna get pizza. I'm gonna get that. No, I can't be that fat. I was gonna say I could get that pizza and a honey bun at the same time. No, I ain't gonna be that fat. Not gonna be that fat. Not gonna be that fat. Anthony. So Daredevil is about to be born again. Yes. Yes, it's another born again. It's Daredevil reborn again. Again. Yes. Reborn again. Yes. There you go. But hey, everybody backslide, so here we go. Isn't that what happened with Blade? Yes, kind of. So the difference though was that, and I don't know this, I think Mahershala Ali, at least according to the reports, saw the script, wasn't happy with it, says something, and I think that got the ball rolling for them to be like, ooh, maybe we got to stop. Now, the main difference is the fact that they didn't start shooting half of the movie and then realize this is whack. They at least caught it in the script. Again, whether it took Mahershala to point that out or whether somebody caught it on the back, I don't know. But at least they caught it in the script that time. I'm more forgiving about that than I am you spent time and money shooting, producing, and then all of a sudden you're like, this isn't gonna work. Come on now. Y'all make way too much money. Y'all been doing this for way too long to just be doing that. You basically putting the horse in front of the carriage, or the cart in front of the horse. It's like, come on now. It's backwards. It's backwards. You shouldn't be doing it like that. Thank you, Matthew. Lamar, what you got? This is just the results of Marvel regime change in real time. Yes. Yes. Great, great, great observation. But this is one of the reasons why I want to report on these things, because unfortunately, a lot of times people don't hear about this. People hear and just react to what they see. They see the end product, but they don't really know how the meat is made. They don't know how how the sausage is made. You know what I'm saying? So like when I sit here and tell y'all about these things, it's really so that you understand the whole process. It's just like when I say, when you see something today, that was a decision made years ago. It's not like Marvel's making these things and they flip them out in real time. It's not like that. But yes, great, great, great observation there. Thank you, Lamar. Appreciate you. Let's do this first. I'm not gonna go there first. I won't go there. Let's do this first. Let's do a Captain Marvel update. So recently, there have been uh hold on, let me get this first. All right, let me do that first. So recently, there was a book that came out. A book dropped, and it was basically it was like a book about Marvel, the MCU. It's called The Reign of Marvel. I have the book in case my wife is watching. I am consuming the book. Yes, I got the audio book. Judge your face. I have the audio book. And it's pretty interesting. Now, a lot of the information in the book so far, I already knew because I read this other book called The Big Picture that already kind of documented the history of Marvel. But the benefit with this book, and I haven't gotten there yet, is it has more up to date information, because I believe the book was finished in April of this year. So there's more stuff that we haven't really known about. So that's why I'm eager to finish reading this book. I'm sorry, I'm eager to finish listening to this book. But you've probably seen a bunch of headlines throughout the week of different things, and a lot of these things came from either the book or one of the co-authors has been going on different podcasts doing interviews revealing things in the book. So one of the things that was revealed was a little bit of insight with Brie Larson, and that is Brie Larson and her views or her potential, I don't know, take, I guess, on playing Captain Marvel. And it's not good. It says here, according to the MCU, The Reign of Marvel Studios book, Larson grew disillusioned with her role. For those that don't know, that's like being very disappointed with her role. Marvel Studios put Brie Larson in a prominent place in the MCU. I don't know if Brie Larson was the wrong person for the role necessarily, but the toxic backlash means that Brie Larson doesn't want to play Carol Danvers anymore. And this is according to one of the co-writers of the book, Joanna Robinson. Now, the book itself says this: the future of those Marvel icons was unclear. The departure of franchise anchors like Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans, and Scarlett Johansson have already taken its toll, as had the shocking loss of Chadwick Boseman and other MCU stalwarts, were heading for the exits. The Guardians of the Galaxy cast went on a farewell tour. Brie Larson grew disillusioned, and Marvel tussled with Sony in a custody battle over Tom Holland. Whew, yikes. It's sad to hear that, because it did seem as though that, you know, Captain Marvel's character was starting to get that push, right? The same way T'Challa, Black Panther, was getting that push. So was Anthony Mackie's Captain America getting that push. These were going to be the new faces of the MCU. Doctor Strange, everybody was getting that push. But unfortunately, there were some challenges, and like they mentioned, the loss of Chadwick and stuff like that. But I could understand Brie Larson feeling some type of way about her character. Because for one, there was a report, so I don't know if this is true or not. There was a report that she wasn't getting along with her coworkers, Monica Rambeau, Tiana Paris and stuff like that. Maybe there was a difference of opinion creatively on the Marvels. I'm pretty sure she might have thought that the Marvels was supposed to be Captain Marvel 2, but it's not. It's an ensemble movie at this point, so maybe she kind of getting in her feelings like, hey, this was supposed to be my solo tour. This was supposed to be my little sequel. Why we got to bring all the gang in here? And I don't know, maybe, but I could also see that even if that's not the case, the backlash that she gets is ridiculous. I mean, the amount of people that come at her on a daily basis, you know, based off of some things that, and for those of you that don't know, the reason why she keeps getting all this backlash is because, and let's just be blunt about it, white guys online that attack her have jumped to the conclusion that she, I guess, hates men or something because she was at a female director's like award ceremony or something like that, and she was talking about white male film critics. Not every white guy in the world. She was talking about white male film critics. Why? Because the industry for film critics is dominated by white older males. She was talking about a small, like less than 100 people, like a small number of people, but white guys that act like trolls online took it as a personal shot, like she was talking to them, and they've been just throwing all this vitriol at her for whatever reason. And to be honest, I don't think I blame her. I don't think I blame her. Like, is being Captain Marvel worth all that? I mean, she is an Academy Award winning actress. She doesn't necessarily need Captain Marvel. She's already done the thing. What did they say? Done doing the thing or whatever. She's done the thing. She's won the award already. Her acting talent is not up for question. Brie Larson is a fantastic actress. If you don't believe me, go watch The Room. So I'm not mad at the fact that she might actually be like, yo, maybe I don't want to do this no more. And if that's the case, recast. I'm not mad either way. Recast. I'll be happy. Fine. Whatever. But I do feel kind of bad that she has to go through all that kind of nonsense. It's ridiculous. Nobody really should have to go through that. But I don't know. What do you think about this report that she is disillusioned, or maybe just not feeling, the same type of way with her character? Whatever you think, let me know in the comments down below. All right, we got two more pieces of Marvel stuff, and then we are going to get into Loki. I I just wanted to talk about this because I hadn't gotten to this part of the book yet, and I just thought it was kind of funny. Um, so I think it's one thing that has been the case when it comes to Marvel is they have a system. And their system involves doing things like focus groups and I've told y'all they will do this thing called friends and families screenings and stuff where if you're a Marvel employee, they'll be like, "Hey, want to come to a screening?" You won't know what it's for, you're like, "All right, sure." And you'll go check out a movie or something like that. And next thing you know, maybe you're watching Avengers Kang Dynasty and you had no idea, right? And they'll use these screenings to kind of like get their information, their feedback. They will, have a good understanding of like what works and what doesn't work. Cool. And that's worked for them for a while. If y'all have been following for a minute, y'all also know that, you've been following me where I've gone to some premieres. And sometimes I'll go to a premiere and I might be the only person there sitting there like, what was that? You know? Y'all could go back to my Thor Love and Thunder, you know, came out of there. I saw everybody on their phone. Oh my gosh, best thing since Endgame. Oh my gosh, this is so amazing. And I was like, it's a movie. I mean, yeah. And a lot of that was because Marvel, and I'm not shaming them for this or knocking them, they invited cosplayers and hardcore Marvel fans. Okay. That's what you want to do. You want to get the hype up. You want to get the word on the street up. I get all of that. Totally understand it. I went to Ant-Man. Did y'all see my reaction to Ant-Man? Now, I was a fan of obviously Jonathan Majors, Kang Gang. Shout out Kang Gang is back in the building. Um, and that was cool. But the rest of the movie, eh, not so much. Not so much. So there's something to be said about Marvel hyping certain things up and then the reaction coming back not matching that hype. So I just thought it was kind of interesting when this article came out about Ant-Man 3. And in this, it talked about what Marvel thought was going to happen with Ant-Man 3. So it said here, insider and co-author of MCU, The Reign of Marvel Studios, Joanna Robinson. According to her, studio executives thought that they had something good with the Paul Rudd-led film, thinking that it would be well received by fans and critics alike. Robinson claims Marvel Studios is aware of what's happening to their brand. My understanding, having talked to some people, is that Quantumania really shook them. And I'm sure Secret Invasion shook them further. But Quantumania really shook them because they felt like they had something good. Because they had all internally thought, everyone's going to love this. She added, and then they put it out and people didn't. And then they were like, oh no. Oh no. Our internal barometer is not attuned to what people want anymore. With Quantumania, they were like, we put out a banger. And then that's not how a lot of people felt. So y'all thought after seeing Ant-Man 3 at y'all friends and family studio screenings and all of that. Y'all said, we gonna kill him with this one. Everybody gonna love this. We have holes. Oh, they're gonna love that joke. Remember Darren where he said I'm a dick and all that? Oh, they're gonna love that. We're gonna make all the monies. All the monies. What they say again? I'm sorry. We put out a banger. Who said that? I want to know who said that. I want to know exactly who said Ant-Man 3, we put out a banger. Somebody got to get demoted. I'm not saying people got to get fired. I'm not saying that. I'm not calling for nobody job. I'm just saying somebody got to get demoted. Somebody got to take a back seat, go back to training, go back to intern, something. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Y'all put out a movie where the villain supposedly is going to be bigger than Thanos and he get beat by some ants and y'all thought y'all had a banger. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Somebody got to get y'all gonna have to go back to the mail room. Somebody gonna have to figure out. You gotta work. Go on down that ladder. I know you worked your way up, but you gotta take a couple rungs down. Just go on down. Go on down. Go on down to level 2. You know, maybe you gotta get some more coffee or something. I don't know. But ain't no way that person should still have the same job without at least some put them on probation. Something. Yikes. So, once again, to be fair, at least they recognized their mistakes. At least they recognized we ain't got it the way we thought we used to have it. And that I'm going to take as a good thing. I'm going to take that as, oh, I'd rather y'all at least learn. I'd rather y'all be aware that you don't know what you're talking about and that you are completely out of the loop, because now that'll hopefully wake y'all up so that you find new ways to actually hear what the people think and what they want. Listen, I get Marvel. I already told y'all this is the easiest tip. This is the easiest reality check I could give to Marvel. The easiest thing to do with any property you about to do moving forward. Grow up. How many times have I told y'all, Marvel Studios, it's time to grow up? The movies that you guys set out in 2008, I don't care if you was just a little kid and you was 10 years old watching that movie for the first time, Iron Man, whatever, 10 years old. Time has passed. That 10-year-old kid is now in their 20s. We don't need slapstick, dumb, goofy looking humor anymore for at least a while. Not saying you got to be 100% serious. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is your best movies, your top 5 movies are not slapstick, goofy humor type of things. Give us back the Winter Soldiers. Give us back Infinity War, Endgame. Give us back. Listen, Thor Ragnarok, I know that was the exception. But look, get back to the basics and grow up with your audience. Sprinkle in some humor, but I promise you, all that dumb, silly stuff, it's nonsensical and nobody cares about it. It's very short-lived. That right there will get Marvel back on track. Yo, kill some people. Kill some people. Make the stakes feel real. You ain't got nothing to lose at this point. Anyway. I'm sorry. I don't think I'm gonna ever forget the fact that they thought Ant-Man 3 was gonna be a banger. I don't think I can forget that. We gonna put that in the archives. Anyway, guys, what do y'all think about the fact that they thought Ant-Man 3 was gonna be a banger? Whatever you think, please let me know in the comments down below. Cause yikes. Yikes. Oh, Deborah, what you got? What's the news on Jonathan Majors? Is the case over? Great question. We don't know. We are still waiting on more information. So as soon as anything comes up, I will absolutely be all up on top of that for sure. Don't you worry about it. Last time, we talked, the case was delayed because of the evidence that the prosecution has yet to reveal. So for those of y'all following the case, I've told y'all it's not over yet. I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm not saying none of that. I'm just saying the prosecution thinks they still have a case. I don't know what they think they have that could possibly still do anything, but we have to wait and see. So that's where we are with it right now. But thank you so much, Deborah. Always appreciate the contributions. Rabia, thank you so much as well for that. Always appreciate it. Let's see. Calpay, what you got? Sir, what do I always say? Rich people are out of touch, especially people in entertainment Hollywood. Sad, but it's kind of the case. And I mean, I've talked about this before too, especially after Thor 4, especially after Ant-Man. It's like Marvel sometimes will get into this bubble, and it's almost like, do y'all not realize that this is not what people want? Like this is why I've tried to tell y'all, stop making excuses for bad stuff, right? Do not make it like Venom 2. Yeah, we back on that. Yeah, Venom 2. Stop making excuses by saying, I just want to be entertained. I don't need it to be Oscar award winning actor. No, you don't have to have that extreme. But damn, stop giving money to garbage. Stop giving excuses for garbage. Because when you do that, it further allows the studio to think that what they're doing is right and okay. That's why I'm grateful that Marvel at least listens when y'all say something. So if y'all don't like a certain creative decision that they made, this is why you speak up. Why do y'all think I went all out of my way for almost 2 years to talk about Recast T'Challa? Because I knew that Marvel will listen at some point, and the more people we got on board, the more that they would at least hear us. I never said that they would do things just because we said so, but the whole point was just to be heard. And that's literally the only thing you can ask for, is to at least be heard. So yeah, at the end of the day, these studios, they live in these silos a lot of times. But it is still up to us, because they would not be rich if we did not give them our money. So use your voices, use your platforms to let them know what works and what doesn't work. Because if y'all just be quiet, then they just gonna give us some nonsense. If y'all keep allowing them to give us mediocre crap, all they gonna look at is, well, y'all paid for it, so y'all must love it. Stop paying for crap. That'll burst a bubble real fast. That you want to know how to wake up a rich person? Stop giving them money. When they money get rattled, they wake up. Oh, they pay attention real fast. Thank you, Calpain. Quiet one, what you got? Hey man, sorry I've been MIA. My brother Ant-Man 3 was a banger. Fans were banging their heads against the wall. Yes. That is the only qualified banger that could be associated with Ant-Man 3. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, Sharon. Shout out to you. Thank you so much to Sharon. When I tell y'all, Sharon be on the replay game. She be hit. Listen, I'm not just saying this for me. Whoever's channel you go on, Elliot, Movie Files, Just My Opinion Reviews, Pay or Wait, whoever y'all go to, when y'all go to your favorite creator's stuff, go ahead and hit that yes, that yes button, that like button right under the page. The I'm sorry, not the yes button, the thank you button. Hit that button and support your favorite channel. And I say that because Sharon be coming through with it all the time. And I'm glad you're here, Sharon, so I could tell you thank you live and in person. So thank you for holding it down. Always appreciate you. Go support your favorite creators out there, guys. Puma, what you got? Can't stop, won't stop, recast T'Challa. Well, there you go, and there you have it. Listen, I told y'all voice matters. Like, don't tell me you preaching to the choir. Go tell them. Tell Marvel. Tell your studios. Tell the people that y'all put all y'all money to. Go tell them. I'm with it. I'm here for it. Speaking of which, and y'all might like this one then, I guess. Is it time? Is it time for a reset? We've talked about this a little bit before. Again, this comes from the same book, the reign of the MCU and all that. But there is speculation that, and I think we've also suspected this with Avengers Secret Wars, and if you know about the story, that there is always potential that Marvel could reset things. I have told y'all, even from the comic books, Marvel does not do hard reboots. They do soft reboots. Um, what's the difference? A soft reboot is basically, yeah, we're gonna change some things, but we're not gonna erase everything else. A hard reboot would be we forget everything, we start all over, fresh slate. Marvel does not do that. But they do have soft reboots in their comics, and there is a likelihood that they might be able to do that coming up. So, according to this book, it seems like we could actually get that. Excuse me. It says here from the book, we have a quote from Kevin Feige, sort of implying, like Secret Wars, will serve as a soft reboot in which they can prune everything. That's not to use a Loki-ism. They'll prune everything that's not working and just keep what is working, or bring back people you thought were gone forever. Ooh, I like the sound of that. What else they got to say? As the MCU spilled over into streaming programs and the multiverse saga, Kevin Feige had to learn different lessons from the comics. Some of those lessons were how superheroes periodically needed to be rebooted, how to stop variants and spin-offs from spiraling out of control, and how an annual mega crossover event could unify a disparate line of characters. I love everything about this. So, is it possible, just possible, that with the multiverse, we could get characters that, what did they say? You thought were gone forever? Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, there's a very good chance that we could get another Iron Man. You already made the character, the mantle of Iron Man popular. Bring in another actor. You can't afford Robert Downey again because everything that man touched, y'all gonna pay lots for. You could always bring back a different Captain America if the current one doesn't work out. If, I don't know, maybe it will, maybe it won't. And you definitely, without question, without any type of riff-raff nonsense, type of back talk, you definitely can bring back T'Challa. You can bring back T'Challa. You ain't got to deal with no T'Challa Jr. Oh, this not really T'Challa. What had happened was he had happened, the baby mama, and then you don't have to do none of that. None of that. All of that stuff, you can nicely put aside on the mantle. You can put it on the shelf. That's okay. And we can move forward with greatness. We could move forward with something bigger, better, and better. You don't need any complications. You don't need to, ruin any legacies. Uh-oh. Kang messed with the multiverse. We put that timeline to the side and we make a whole new timeline with new origin stories that are fixed from the beginning. I think that's a beautiful thing. Why? Because as I've said for years, all of this is fiction and Marvel can do whatever they want. All right, guys, that is it for the Marvel stuff. That is it for the main topics. Y'all let me know, how do you feel about the idea of Marvel potentially resetting and rebooting softly? So not erasing everything, just erasing the things that are just not good. What are some of the things that you would like to see Marvel erase and fix? What are some things that you want them to keep? Whatever they are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, that's it, guys. If you are not caught up with Loki at all, now's the time that you need to go away because we are about to get into Loki. If you are going to dip out, I want to thank you for your time. I really, really appreciate it. It is time for the variants to come out. Hold on one second. There we go. Hey guys, how you doing? So we are going to talk about Loki episode 2. Spoiler alert for anyone that is again not caught up, or if you don't want things spoiled. Again, since I was not available last week, I am going to go through 2 and then we're going to go into part 3. And then of course, if you're on the replay gang, I'll go ahead and chop this up and then we can you can watch it separately as well. Okay, that was your warning. We are going into Loki season 2 episode 2. Great. So I don't know if this was my favorite episode. I don't think it was bad, but I just don't think it was all that great. And I'm only going off of memory, so I can maybe change my mind if I remember, because I'm gonna go through the episode. But I don't remember this being like one of the better ones. I could be wrong. But anyway, let's go through episode 2 and kind of go through what happened in there. Now, a lot of this kicked off with X5, and X5, as we will come to find out, has got a whole new name and a whole new everything. But he was that hunter that we saw early in the TVA, and the story primarily revolves around him. Now, we do go to 1977. This is on the sacred timeline. Now, please, please, please keep in mind there is a very big difference between the sacred timeline and the branch timeline. Now, right now, the TVA has been tasked with making sure that the sacred timeline stays preserved. They keep the sacred timeline all together, but they chip and prune all the branches outside of it. That's an important thing to remember. But we do have them here on the sacred timeline. Right now, Loki and Mobius are looking for X5. Why? Because apparently there is some other plot going on within the TVA, and they need to stop it because the branches in the other timeline are expanding, and there's clearly some conspiracy going on. Now, as they are going through, they see this Zaniac movie that is happening, and of course, who is starring as the main actor? Yes, that's right. It is X5, or now known as Brad. He is now the new movie star in this timeline, on the sacred timeline. So Loki and Mobius catch up with him. They laugh, they share a couple chuckles, but he starts to run away, and B-15 grabs his temp pad. Now, as he starts to struggle with Mobius, he tells Mobius that he's going to ruin his life here, which means, and it kind of makes you wonder, why is Brad even hiding on the sacred timeline at all? Like, what is so important about this? And, why is a hunter from the TVA trying to have a life on the timeline? It's kind of awkward, right? Now, Loki was not playing around with Brad. When I tell you Loki was so focused in this whole episode, I loved it. He was like, look, I ain't got time to play with you today. All right. And he uses, as he's chasing, as Loki is chasing him, he uses the time device to lapse himself. And we've seen this happen before in previous ones, but all of a sudden, Brad comes across a bunch of people that just popped up out of nowhere. And before he can even say anything about it, like, he's like getting pushed around and all that. And all of a sudden he tries to take a swing, and they're holograms, they're illusions. And we know that green magic from anywhere, of course, that is none other than the god of trickery and all that, Loki himself. You see Loki putting on the shadow magic, and that is his old persona. That was, what he used to wear back when he was on his kingly stuff. And boy, Loki, when I tell you, Loki was not playing no games with Bradley today. I loved it. Anyway, back at the TVA, they did end up getting him and putting him into a holding cell. Meanwhile, Obi is trying to figure out a way to handle all the new branches in the temporal loom. And I wonder if this could be maybe a metaphor, because as we saw with the temporal loom, you saw all these branches of time, and in this big device that's trying to take the time and make it into one thread, it's getting overloaded. And y'all let me know if this was, maybe I'm looking too deep into it. I wondered if this was kind of like a meta commentary for all the things going on with Marvel, all the different, like, you got Sony going off doing their thing, you got the Netflix thing doing their thing, you got Agents of Shield out there that's not canon but it's doing its thing, you got all these different things happening, and you had the X-Men with Fox and all of that, and it's getting messy. It's getting messy, and they need to try to bring it all home. They got to bring it all into the sacred timeline, and I felt like that's kind of what was going on with this commentary anyway. But at the end of the day, the TVA has to find a way to get this all under control. So you have Obi here taking care of this. He's trying to make up a device to help with this. But they do come in, and I thought it was kind of funny when they asked him. They was like, "Yo, like, Obi, we need your help to decipher this temp pad and fix it." And he was like, "Oh, okay. Like, this is a higher priority than the temporal meltdown, right?" Like, Obi, when I tell you, Obi is one of my favorite characters right now. He is so hilarious in terms of the stuff that he be saying and how he says it. We're all gonna die. I laugh like, I'm not gonna lie. Every time Obi walks around, we're all gonna die. Like, I laugh way too hard, but he is too funny. So shout out to him. He is definitely one of my favorite characters. But anyway, Casey, we go back to Casey, and he noticed that Renslayer erased the data from her temp pad. He also said that Miss Minutes is helping her, along the way. And we saw Miss Minutes give her all this other data that He Who Remains said she would find useful. We saw that in the last season. But more than likely, He Who Remains was always probably preserving himself in some way. And since it seems like the TVA is kind of like going back to this Back to the Future logic, I would not be surprised if, like, Renslayer was supposed to be like his failsafe, right? Because right now, whatever you do in the past in the TVA does affect the future. So because we see that direct correlation, that's probably what's been going on with them. But anyway, Mobius and um Loki are trying to figure out what's going on with Brad's temp pad and what's the secret behind it or whatever. They do bring it up to Casey, and he said that he could go ahead and analyze it for them. He can go check it out. Now it's time for them to go and interrogate Brad and figure out where Sylvie is and why he's supposedly jamming up their temp pad. And while he's doing this, and while you have Brad there, he is treating the mess out of Loki. I mean, he was saying that Loki was just trying to make up for all the wrong that he's been doing. He blames Loki as always being the problem, just messing things up. He said, Loki, you ain't even all that special. You make everything worse. And this was the kicker. Ooh, he said, you make everything worse and people around you die. He basically was like, bro, your mama. And then he called Loki a whole loser. Ooh. He said, you a loser and you the villain. No matter how much good you try to do, you always gonna lose and you the villain. Oh my goodness, man. Listen, Brad was talking about how none of this stuff was also real. And he was pushing back on all the TVA agents. He was like, look, we're all variants, because keep in mind, they just learned the truth that the timekeepers were not real. And all the TVA people were variants from branch timelines. And they actually had lives that got erased. So he goes back and forth with them. He tries to poke more at Loki. And then Brad does the mistake. He starts talking about Mobius. He's like, Mobius, man, bro, when you gonna wake up? You ain't nothing but a slave. The TVA is not real. And Mobius got up and said, keep my TVA out your mouth, and smacked the BS out of Brad. And Mobius had to go take a walk because, yes, that was out of character for him. And my man had to go get some pie. For a second, let us pause for a second here. Guys, my wife loves key lime pie. I have never had key lime pie until a few weeks ago. A few weeks ago was the first time I ever had key lime pie. And she kept insisting, like, no, you got to try it. You got to try it. And I was like, I don't know, but it's green. Like, why is the pie green? It's weird. Who eats lime? Like, what is it even made out of? And when I tell you, she gave me a piece of this key lime pie. And I was like, oh my God, this is disgusting. Why do you eat this? What is this? Why is this sour? Why? Like, what? And it's cold? Do y'all eat key lime pie? Why do y'all hold on? Do y'all eat key lime pie for real? Because I'm sitting here like, this thing is disgusting to me. I couldn't do it. It's cold and it's sour at the same time. And you got the nerve to pretend to be a pie? Listen, you can give me my apple pie. You can give me my sweet potato pie. That's about it. That's it. That's it. I don't really mess with other pies like that. That's all I need. But y'all get down with sweet. Y'all get down with that lime? I guess. Okay. Each stay on. Each stay on. I just couldn't do it. I was a little mad when they showed me this close up. I got a little triggered. Ugh. Anyway, so Loki and Mobius, they start doing their classic talks, and you know what? I love their talks because the last time we saw them talking, they were talking about determinism versus free will. And this time Loki asked if Mobius ever wanted to go back to his life on the sacred timeline. And Mobius was like, look, I don't even want to know. He does not even want to know what his life was like at that time at all. It's not that, I guess it is kind of deep though, because this is all he knows. All he knows is the TVA. And he's cool with that because deep down, he doesn't want to know that he's missing out on something great. And I thought this was fascinating because this was like, this is almost like pre FOMO. For those of y'all that don't know, FOMO is the fear of missing out. But it feels like he's got a precondition to FOMO. Like he's like, I don't even want to get FOMO. And because I don't want to get FOMO, I don't even want to know what my life was like. Because if I find out I had a family, if I find out I had some jet skis, if I find out my life was amazing, now I'm going to have something to miss. And now I'm going to have something to be disappointed by. So it's easier for me to just sit here and be like, you know what? I know my job. I'm doing my thing, and that's it. I'm going to shout this out for some of y'all. Have y'all seen Severance? For those of y'all that have seen Severance, I feel like this is very similar to that. I'm not going to ruin it for those of y'all that haven't seen it. If you have not seen Severance, and if you have ever worked a corporate job in your life, if you've ever worked in an office and you have not seen Severance, please go watch Severance on Apple. It is phenomenal. But I thought that was pretty much a nice little callback to that anyway. But I thought that was really interesting that Mobius would just feel so comfortable not to even want to know. So let me ask y'all this. Do you guys think Mobius should know about his life, his other life, or do you think ignorance really is bliss and it's all good? Let me know what you think, because I'm kind of curious about, like, I think I would want to know. I think I'd want to know. I don't think I could really keep going and just not know what my life could have been like. But I don't know. Y'all let me know what you think. Anyway, Loki returns this time. So we see the temporal loom is still going bad. It's busting up. It's not good. Things are getting bad. And Obi is like trying desperately to try and fix this. And he's running around saying, we're all gonna die. And Obi can't do what he needs to do because he's finding out that he actually needs the temporal aura of He Who Remains. Again, that's kind of like your temporal fingerprint for for the TVA. We saw this in the first season of Loki when he got scanned in. But the temporal doors are locked. And because they're locked, the only way they can get it open, if they don't have the temporal aura of He Who Remains, is by finding Miss Minutes. So anyway, now that they're in this situation and Miss Minutes is not around, she's the only one that can open the doors. So now they have to find other answers. So they go back to Brad. Now Brad keeps on trying to, take off and leave, but I'm sorry. No. They go Loki. Sorry. Loki returns this time with his time cube device. So now things are a little different. They bring in this little device and they lock Mobius out. And Loki's over here trying to play around with this, but he knows how this works, and he is putting Brad under some pressure to confess because he needs to know where his boo thing doppelganger Sylvie is at. And boy, Brad was sitting here thinking he was gonna be cool until that box got a little smaller and a little smaller. And yeah, Brad ended up talking. There was no question. My man was not gonna make it. He had to talk because that was it. That was it. By the way, here we go with another little X-Men thing. I know some people brought it up before. It does definitely look like a little X-Men, clue. I would not be surprised if that was the case. But yes, Obi is still freaking out over this. Casey does come in to try to help out, but there's only so much that they can do without Miss Minutes. So now that they have Brad, they realize where to go. He takes them to a branch timeline, and this is where we saw Sylvie in 1982 on a branch timeline working at McDonald's. Now Brad, he keeps on trying to just run away. Like something's wrong with him where he keeps thinking like, yo, we can't be here. We cannot be here. We got to go. Now he ain't saying why they got to go, but that because this is a branch timelines get pruned. So clearly this is what he's afraid of. Now Loki, of course, finally meets up with Sylvie. They have a little weird little moment. They play that weird little, music or whatever. And he asks her about why she would be at the TVA in the future. Now, obviously, she don't even know what the hell he's talking about. But she doesn't believe him because it doesn't sound like to her that the future has already been written. She doesn't believe in that predeterminism stuff, mainly because she killed he who remains. And because she killed he who remains, she feels as though everything is free now. Like they can make up whatever they want, and that's it. Now, what she's not considering is that there could be another he who remains that already is writing time, but that's another theory for another day. Now, while they were inside, Mobius keeps on asking Brad about his movie, but Brad is still like, yo, can we please go? We got to go. Things are not good here. It is scary. Please let's go. And while he's out there, Loki is still trying to talk to Sylvie and get them together. Brad is freaking out. Sylvie's just like, man, whatever. She enchants him. And the moment she does that, she finds out that they are going to prune all the branches, and some of it is already happening. And this is where we see some of that, where some of those alternate branches are disappearing. Now, a lot of this is happening mainly because of Dox. We remember Dox was the one who was the general in charge, and she is sticking to the mission. She knows that all she knows is pruning the branches, and that's what they have to do. So her and her loyalists are going to all these alternate branches and bombing them every single time they can. Well, now we got Loki and them coming through. They go to this branch timeline. My man Loki caught that dude straight up, just pruned him right there on a dime. Love to see it. Holding hands with Sylvie, they go ahead and they release their green magic farts. I love to see it as well. And they stop Dox and her loyalists, get them all under arrest, and they stop all the pruning of the branches. And even though you still see this here, and you guys let me know this. You let me know how you feel. Because what Marvel's trying to do right now, you see the branch timelines and you see the fact that, these are being broken off, they're being destroyed. And you see the look on everyone's faces. Now, this is a very different thing that we saw from season two. In season two, when a branch was cut, nobody blinked, nobody cared because that was the job. But this is the face that they make after the fact, mainly because now they know that they too are also variants. And they also know that every timeline has trillions of people on it. And what Marvel is trying to do right now through people like B15's face is try to convey to you that this is a big deal. And if you think about it, this is bigger than what Thanos did. I mean, when Thanos did his snap, he erased half of all the life in one universe. He didn't erase a timeline. He didn't erase a multiverse. He erased just half of the population. So let's say billions of people, maybe trillions, in one universe, in one timeline, in one instance. But the TVA, every time they delete one branch timeline, that's an entire history and future of all existence, right? So whatever branch 1995, whatever branch 19, listen, everything from the dawn of time to the end of time in that branched history gets erased. So I think right now what Marvel's trying to do is trying to sell us on their pain. You see how they feel sad about it. You see, I mean, look at this. Everybody's all mopey because all these branch timelines are gone. And I don't know how to feel about it because honestly, I don't think I've connected with it yet. And I'm wondering if you guys have, because I'm thinking to myself, I really wish, and maybe this is extra budget, but I wish Marvel would take the time to actually show what that devastation actually looks like. And it's not like they have to go show us a whole bunch of stuff. I'm just saying the same way you guys showed us how one of the in Guardians of the Galaxy, when they were showing like the Power Stone destroying the Celestials destroying an entire planet, they showed you maybe 2 or 3 people. They showed a planet being destroyed. I'm like, maybe if you showed us some variants, show us some what if versions of the live action people, like, I don't know, show us a weird version of Iron Man, and in that timeline, they get destroyed. Show us a weird version of, Thanos, and they get destroyed, whatever. I think that would help us really resonate a little bit more with what's actually happening whenever they prune the branch. I don't know. But Sylvie is not going. She don't like none of this stuff. And before they end off, Casey does get a hit on Renslayer's temp pad so they can find her. And Sylvie is really just confirmed in her bias that the TVA is broken, and seeing all those prune timelines and stuff, that really hardened her conviction. But she still has the temp pad from He Who Remains, and it potentially shows that maybe she's gonna have a change of heart, maybe somewhere down the line. But anyway, that was it for episode 2 of Loki. And this is the point where I need to know what you guys gave it as a rating. So, as I said, I don't think that this was the strongest episode for Loki episode 2. It was fine. We got a little character here and there. I did enjoy the whole Loki versus Brad thing. That was fine for what it was. But I wasn't blown away. I wasn't blown away with this episode. It did the job. It was okay. So I think I'm probably just gonna give it a 7, like a 7 out of 10. It did its job, it did its thing, but it wasn't like the best one out there. But I want to know, what did you guys give this episode on a scale from 0 to 10? Let me know in the comments. So far, we have 7, 7.5, 7, 7, 8, 7, 6.5, 7, 6.5, and 8. I got another 8, 6, 7.5. Okay, and that's fine. It is what it is. Wasn't the greatest thing, but nobody hated it, but it was fine. It was fine. All right, so moving on, because I know I got y'all here late, and we are going to try and get through this. Now, we go on to episode 3. This was an upgrade. This was an upgrade, and I got something to tell y'all after this, so stay tuned. I got something to tell y'all. But I definitely have to say that episode 3 was a huge upgrade from episode 2. I really, really enjoyed it. But let's get in on this and start off with remember, they've just found Renslayer, and now we're catching up with Renslayer in 1868. Now here's the thing, shout out to Chi-Town. She's on the sacred timeline, so she came back to the sacred timeline here, Renslayer. And we also see Miss Minutes. Now we're going to talk about Miss Minutes. We are going to talk about Miss Minutes. But Miss Minutes pops up and asks Renslayer to pull out what she told her to get and what she told her to bring. She says that they need to place that object inside the window, right? And if they place this thing inside the window, that this is all going to go according to the plan of He Who Remains. Now, his plan was to protect all of the timeline. How was he going to do that? I guess we're going to have to keep finding out. But he knew this when his time was going to be near, and supposedly the promise was going to be that Renslayer and Miss Minutes were both going to rule side by side with him, when this was all said and done. Now, this was the window. They ended up putting this in. Now we are assuming here that this is Victor Timely, or early He Who Remains. And we find out that the book that is supposed to go inside this window, once he gets it, it is actually the TVA guidebook. So what does this really do? This potentially could create a time paradox. And what that is basically, if it is true that as time progressed, He Who Remains, because remember, in Loki season 1, he said a 33rd century version of him, so way in our future, he discovered the multiverse, and then other versions of him discovered the multiverse, and etc. So it is possible, maybe, that over time, Kang has started to become responsible for his own creation. Not birth, but Kang is responsible for teaching himself about time travel. And therefore, that's how he ensures that he will always be around. Because if he always learns about time travel, you always gonna have a Kang. Kangs are gonna Kang. That's just what Kangs do. So that seems to be the significance, and I guess the irony in the fact that the thing that he built ends up creating him. And I know that there's that whole theme of the Ouroboros, which is, what is it, the snake eating its own tail. That's the continuous theme going around here, is that everything causes its own thing, and they live in like these loops, these time loops, I guess. So now we go back to the TVA, and Obi is freaking out because the branches are just getting bigger and all this stuff is going down. And of course, now that they know where Renslayer is, they're like, yo, if you can find Miss Minutes, then you can find Renslayer. And they got, and vice versa. So they got a hit on Renslayer's tempad. And now we got Loki and Mobius going back to Chicago. Now, first they go back to 1868, but they don't really see what's going on. They don't see what the big deal is. So they leave. They could have stopped it right there. I think they probably could have stopped it, but they leave and they end up going to a different timeline instead. So you see here, he's freaking out over this. And then now they end up going to 1893 in Chicago. So just a couple years, about 30 years later into the future. Now you also see Loki seeing the statue of his family. And I think this might be the first time we got a real reference to Balder the Brave, who is another one of Thor's brothers. He's the one all the way on the left. Odin is in the middle. Thor is on the right. And of course, Loki is feeling some type of way about this, missing his family and all that. But they have to find some clues about where Miss Minutes is, or He Who Remains, or anything. They got the newspaper here where Miss Minutes has clearly been showing out in the streets, scaring folks or whatever. And then they also found this sign about Victor Timely talking about temporal marvels. I mean, if that ain't a sign, I don't know what is. Then we move forward. We see Renslayer is here in this show, in this crowd. Loki and them are also at this show. And then bam, Kang Gang in the building. That's right. Victor Timely is here. And we finally see him. And boy, is Loki shook. Loki is like, oh, snaps, it's that guy. So now they are going through, and we see throughout this presentation, I'm actually kind of glad that they kind of showed this, because I was about to say, ain't no way you gonna show a black anybody in the 1800s and not have some racism in there some way, somehow. But I liked how they did throw in the obviously racist moment where you have this guy basically calling Timely a boy, and they, multiple people refer to him as a boy, which, by the way, is racist. You don't call no grown black man a boy. But if you notice the subtle comeback, I like the comeback from Victor where he was just like, "Oh, I know more than you to think, might think," and kind of stuttered a little bit. So yeah, in other words, he saved himself from being lynched. For those of you that don't know about the history, yeah, he would have gotten lynched had he just said, "I just know more than you," and talk back. That black man would have been lynched on that day, hung from a tree and all that. So, luckily for him, he did know more and did know better and kept his mouth shut and yeah, went along. But anyway, his explanation basically was for the prototype of the temporal loom. So the temporal loom that we've seen earlier on, Victor Timely is already kind of getting that prototype together. And basically what he was trying to show and demonstrate was a machine that could, like, it was like a perpetual machine, I guess. Like it would keep things going, keep that energy or matter or whatever going without decaying, without expiring. And he wows the audience. The audience is getting caught up. They love it. People want to bid on it. Renslayer want to talk to him. He definitely want to talk to Renslayer. But then, you got the other guys that are like, "Yo, I'll give you $1,000,000. I mean, a whole thousand for your device. Let's do it." However, they said the one thing that he didn't want to hear, and that was a partnership. And this is where we really started to see Victor kind of choke a little bit because he like, hey, I don't do this partnership stuff. That's a red flag for him. He don't want to do none of that, So, but he will take that money though. He will take that money. That is not a problem whatsoever. Loki gets into it with some other dude. I guess he stepped on his Air Civil War ones or something. And they immediately wanted some smoke. This Abraham Lincoln looking dude just was all about trying to start stuff with Loki. So he wanted the smoke and Loki gave it to him. Loki was like, "You want smoke? You got the smoke. Bam. Magic. You out of here." By the way, have we ever seen Loki do this? Has Loki ever teleported somebody away? Like I really feel like Loki, Loki. I really feel like Loki is like starting to get more powers here. Like my man is really upgrading his magic because I'm seeing him do way more than just illusions. I could be wrong, but I'm just saying my man is growing. I like it. Anyway, he pushes him out of there, and of course, we find out that he's out there in this cage or whatever. But everybody is catching up with Victor because they want to know, they need to get him back. Now, Mobius and Loki want him to help with the temporal loom. Renslayer obviously has her own plans or whatnot. And sooner or later, as they're walking, we also find out that Victor is actually a con man. Like he's not, I mean, maybe he's smart to a degree, but he's been conning people, and he's been taking advantage of folks all this time. So he's now on the run because everybody want their money back. And as he's escaping the people that conned him, he is running around the city, but bam. One thing you're not gonna do is run away from Sylvie. Sylvie shows up and she is ready to slice and dice this man up. Oh, she is not playing with him. You got Mobius and Renslayer kind of reuniting again. Of course, they got their beef. She did try to like kill him and everything. Had this man pruned and all that. But yeah, once you have Loki now once again defending a Kang variant from Sylvie, like it's deja vu all over again. And right now he's like, "Yo, we have to really protect this dude because if you let him die, like you're not going to have the temporal aura that you need to fix the temporal loom. And if that's the case, all the timelines are going to stop. Like every single one is going to go away." Let's see here. Now she did say something very important. She said that like Renslayer set Victor Timely on a path that he was not meant for. In other words, by Renslayer coming in on that sacred timeline and dropping that book off, the TVA book, Renslayer created a variant, and this was not something that was supposed to happen, at least not naturally anyway. And this is another reason why Sylvie was really mad. Why? Because Sylvie is also a variant, right? And she comes from a variant branch timeline that got destroyed. So she's starting to feel a little sympathy here, right? Anyway, they blow each other up and escape out of there. And Miss Minutes is used to distract everybody. She scares folks with her projections and all that. And they do end up going back to Victor's place. Do I have that? I think I have it. Yeah. Oh, maybe I did get it. But yeah, they end up going back to Victor's place and talking about he starts showing them around and everything. Let's see. Renslayer does end up telling Victor that he did create the TVA, but he said that he had always imagined this stuff about himself anyway. And let's see, now the people were coming back for him. He does end up escaping. Let's see, then oh yeah, this is where he started showing her the chair and all that, and there was a little flirtation going on. Did y'all see the hater? Did y'all peep Miss Minutes hating just off of this? Probably because she couldn't feel the chair. I don't know. It's probably something like that. But as they are here, she's like, yo, we got to get out of here. They do end up getting out of there. And let's see with the other men. What happened after that? Oh yeah, so they do get on the boat. They do escape. And yeah, we start to see that Victor has already gone through the TVA book. Like he's grown up with this thing for like 30 years. And he's like holding Obi. That's a picture of Obi, and he's got that like in really high regard, and that's actually kind of funny because it's like Obi's like from the future, and I'm pretty sure Obi would probably look up to him, but they do start hanging out. You see the haters still kind of like looking at him and everything with Miss Minutes. And yeah, like they are starting to clearly form a bond. You start to see it. And he does give her that flower, the little paper machete flower, and that's pretty cute. But like the moment, did y'all see this too? I thought this was hilarious. The moment you saw them holding hands, Miss Minutes was still not feeling it. But then when they started moving their hands, she was like, better, much better. Just a whole hater. How you gonna be an AI hater? Just how? How? Anyway, the moment she started talking about partnerships, yeah, that was over with. Yeah, he done dumped her off, and that was a wrap. He was like, nope, I don't do that partnership stuff. Nope, I'm out. Bye. And that was it. Sent her off packing first class, and she was out of there. Miss Minutes said that they could now they went back to his lab at that point. Going back to let's see, Wisconsin. Hold on, I'm sorry, some of these are out of order or whatever. Yeah, so they go back to his lab, and while they're in his lab, Miss Minute was like, yo, we ain't gotta really go back to the TVA no time soon. Like we can chill, I mean, sit back, watch a little something, and she also started to change into something a little more comfortable color. She said that he created her with full autonomy. She could make up her own decisions, and they used to play chess deep into the night, just doing whatever they want to do, whatever AI and men, I guess, do at night, whatever. He ain't really even paying her no real attention, because at this point, he's like, yo, this is my greatest invention right here. Okay. And this is it. This is it. And she is still just walking around talking and telling him that when she was made, they started growing closer, you know, and they can go back to them days of playing some chess. And that this is where she started to get a little uncomfortable. And he started looking at her like, you do realize I'm not the one that made you, right? Like, that was a variant of mine that made you. And she didn't care. Because she was like, the one thing that you ain't never do was make me a real body. And he like, a real body for what? What you need a real body for? So I can be your girl. First of all, when I tell you this was the scariest thing I had ever seen Marvel do, why would you do this? Why would you make this already weird AI clock? Put that on a why would you do this? This freaked me out. So you mean to tell me that all this time Miss Minutes really was looking at He Who Remains and wanted to wind his clock? She wanted to turn his dial back? That's Disney, that's what we on now? That's what we doing? Yo, this was wild. I'm gonna take a break and take some of these questions and comments because the fact that I'm just gonna grab some of these comments. Let's see what people had to say first. Mambo, thank you so much. If He Who Remains can wipe memories, he can add them. I'm convinced timely going to the TVA was always part of the plan and Kang will be back. I think you're actually right. I think you're right. For someone who is as smart as he is, I think that his plan is way more complicated than they're making it seem. I'll say that. But yes, I think you're absolutely right. Shogun, what you got? I thought it was weird Brad was egging Loki about being a villain. Like, yeah, let's remind your interrogator that they're bad. Oh, and a god. Yeesh. Yeah, now to be fair, Brad also knew that Loki couldn't really do nothing to him because in the TVA, he doesn't have his magic, right? So Brad really wasn't feeling all that scared. I don't know why, because I think Loki's still a little stronger than him. But either way, yeah, not a good look. Not a good idea at all to do that. Just not a good idea. Puma, best episode is 3 for me from being beginning to end. Minutes is an AI cougar. So I don't. Okay. I'm gonna leave that one to you, bro. Everybody got their own thing. I'm gonna leave that to you. Victor is not taking any partners, and snake oil salesman calling him a boy. Yes, and all of that. Thank you so much. Once again, that's all you, bro. That's all you. Mambo, I saw episode 2 in a theater. Brad pissed everyone off. That is hilarious. That's cool. I didn't know that they were doing more fan screenings and stuff for it. That's pretty cool. Okay, I can't wait to read y'all comments on the weird stuff. This was just too much. This was too much. I don't know. Anyway, he does end up turning her off, not romantically. He literally turned her off. And just right then, Ravona shows up to basically, I don't know how where was she? How did she get back? She must have rode her tail off to get back in there. And you waited there the whole time. Just saying, you watched this. You were sitting there watching all this creepy stuff the whole time. Just saying, it was kind of weird, but okay, all right. Anyway, Loki and Mobius also show up as well. And before they could do anything, where was she? Sylvie shows up as well, and of course she goes ahead and she drops another magical green fart as well. But she has got Victor cornered again. It seems like they always coming into this type of position. But this time Timely's like, yo, I'm different than He Who Remains. I'm not that same guy. My heart is different, and you don't know me. You don't know me, man. And Sylvie actually lets him go. Because Sylvie was just like, you know what? And I think the reason why she let him go was really just because she's also a variant and she was created, in a different way, as a branch timeline as well. And I think that she saw herself in him. And just because of that, she was like, you know what? It's not your fault. And again, this goes back to what she said earlier that this was Renslayer. Renslayer made Victor Timely into who he is and what he is now. So, she let him go. And yeah, he went back to the TVA, and Mobius also was going back, and he took one look at Renslayer because Sylvie was like, "Oh yeah, y'all gonna leave her to me. I'm gonna take care of her by myself." And Mobius was like, "Yeah, all right. I'm out of here. Yep. Peace out. Peace out." So now you have this confrontation with Renslayer versus Sylvie. And if you recall, Renslayer is the one who really caused all that pain and drama for Sylvie. And Sylvie did not forget. Boy, Sylvie hit her with that 300 We Are Sparta kick. Kick that woman all the way to the end of time. Dang it, that has got to be the strongest kick. You got to get kicked pretty dang all hard to get kicked to the end of time. Good God. And of course, she ends up right there with He Who Remains, with his dead body. And Miss Minutes pops up as well. And she told Renslayer, she told her that, He Who Remains was foolish to make an enemy out of her when she knows all of his secrets. And here's the thing that just don't really add up here, because Miss Minutes also says, like, yo, I got a secret that I want to tell you, but it's going to make you really, really angry. But this is what don't make sense to me. And this is where I think Mambo, like you mentioned earlier, could be the case. Why is it that Miss Minutes can't tell the difference between a variant? Like, why is she confusing He Who Remains with Victor Timely? Or is she? Because clearly this was made as a variant. And she kept talking about how you didn't do this for me, or you made me this way, or you, all this stuff. But that's not the version of He Who Remains that made her. Now, do you think that maybe she's delusional and maybe her zeros and ones are getting mixed up? Do we have it mixed up that maybe Victor Timely actually is He Who Remains, or maybe he becomes him later? And maybe we got it twisted. But I'm going to assume that he's not He Who Remains because it's not making a lot of sense to me at this point that she can't tell the difference. Like, it's just kind of weird. But anyway, I don't know. That's the end of episode 3 for Loki. Guys, y'all got to give me y'all rating for it. I will say that I absolutely love this episode. This was definitely an improvement. I think I will. So let's see. Fantastic acting. This was great acting from Jonathan Majors. This is why I was always excited for him to play this role, because I knew this brother could act and I knew he had it in him. So great acting. I did like the writing. I like the time travel implications. I like the setup for what's going to happen, I guess, because now I'm very interested, right? I think I'm gonna give this an 8. I think I'm gonna give it an 8 out of 10. I enjoyed the episode. I thought it was good, solid, great. Did what it needed to do. So I'll go with an 8. But let me see what y'all landed with it. Let's see. We got 8.5, 9, 9, 8.5, 8, 8. 8, 9, 9, 8.5, 9, 9, cool, 9, 7.5, 9. What else we got? Hold on. 7.5, 9, 8.5, 8.5. Okay. I like to see it. Hold on. Let's grab this comment. And I got something interesting to tell y'all. J Mart, one question I have. If Nathaniel Richards is from the 31st century, how did he end up as a boy in 1868? That is a great question. And that's one of the questions that I also have, because that's what He Who Remains said. But I think that that version of He Who Remains is who we found. Now, the problem with Kang is I don't know if we're ever going to find, or maybe know for sure, Kang Prime. I don't know if we're ever going to know if He Who Remains was the original Nathaniel Richards. Like, it could have been a bunch of different versions of him. He clearly had variants. Like, that's just a thing. I don't know if we'll know. And I think we have to wait and see if Marvel will ever confirm that. But right now, it's variant on variant on variant on variant. And that's what, that's what we're getting so far. So you're kind of lost with it. I'm lost with it as well. Now, here's what I want to tell y'all. I have seen episode 4. A lot of my colleagues out there and some of y'all favorite channels that y'all cheat on me with, they also have seen episode 4. So don't be fooled by them. But I was late to the party. And I finally got a chance to see it a little bit a while ago. And when I tell you, y'all are in for a treat. Episode 4 blows this out the water. It blows it out the water. Don't miss it. And I'm telling y'all this now because I know sometimes people are like, oh, I'll just wait for it. No, don't let the internet spoil it for you. You're going to want to watch episode 4. I'll give you a comparison. Do y'all remember, and I'm not saying this is what happens, I'm not saying that. Do y'all remember that episode in Loki where he got sent to the void and he met his variants and everybody was like, oh, what's going on and all this stuff? It's that same energy. Like, whatever the writers of this show did, they found a way to put so many what the hell type of moments in episode 4. If y'all rate this thing lower than an 8, I'm gonna look at y'all funny. Like, this is a good episode. It's a very, very good episode. And this episode by itself is it's gonna make Loki in that conversation of the best. It's gonna put it in the best. Now, again, we have 6 episodes in total, which means they still have to stick the landing. But episode 4 is gonna have people talking. So I say that because, dang it, we gonna be here. We gonna talk about it. We gonna have to talk about episode 4. So please make sure Thursday night you are watching it. You get it. I don't want it spoiled for y'all because the internet gonna spoil it. Make sure you watch it. This is that one episode y'all gonna want to see. So anyway, all right, guys, that is it for tonight. I really, really appreciate y'all. Oh my god, 4 hours, Jesus! I think my pizza place already closed. It might be a taco night tonight. I don't know. All right, guys, I appreciate y'all so much. I'm tired. My back hurt. Ugh, gotta go lay down. I miss the missus wherever she's at. I need to give her a call. I'm thinking I can give her a booty call. I love this. It's late, so it's perfect. It's gonna be nice. Guys, appreciate you so much for spending the time with me. We will be back in action next week. The routine. Wash your hands, wash your butts, and everything in between. Have a great weekend, and I will see y'all later. Peace.